And then the director goes, there's always one small guy that sits in front of you like and he's in the thing, and he's like this. And you evidently very much it's like forgiveness. So you get your errands from? I didn't go anywhere last night. I'm going to see a show down there. One of the guys program He's a the son of 17, he is going to UK next.
I heard Tim Taylor's on coming over to listen.
And he's going to UK next year. And they actually kind of recruited. They said we are looking for, they wanted to get some people who were stronger. And his son has to lead it. So I told him, a year and a half ago, he got out there. First 16, 17 when I was up here. Here, this is about an hour. Go this way. It's like this. And you go up to 275 and take over matrons.
I put that one over there. Will it pick me up? Those are my answers, right? So I want to touch that. Alrighty, everybody. I think we're gonna go ahead and get this shindig on the road. If I haven't met everybody, I think there are a couple faces that I haven't necessarily seen unless we've met with a mask on half our face, and I just don't have that kind of facial recall. But my name is Jacqlyn Schott, she her pronouns, and I am the chair of the Long Range Judging Committee. And I just wanted to welcome you all out on this wonderful February Saturday to learn from some pretty great presenters. And hopefully we'll have a great dialogue going back and forth with each other, and we'll leave a stronger theater community. In which case, to get started, I'm going to open up the floor to our president and second VP for some opening remarks, and then we'll get started with our script analysis session.
Thanks, Jacqlyn. Hopefully everybody can hear me on the feed. It's great to be back with some of us here in person in the room. It's great that we are also streaming this so that folks at home that didn't want to get dressed can watch at home. And it's great that all of the folks here as well can go back and watch it on demand later. So I applaud the Long Range Judging Committee under Jacqlyn's leadership for all the work they've done to put this together. I encourage all of the responders, current and future, that's great feedback we have going on, to go back out and watch these and to be here live with us next year. We're coming out of COVID, folks. This is exciting. It's kind of a slow start back, and but at least I didn't have to be the president through that period. So God bless Dan Maloney and all the work he did. I just want to publicly thank him for all that. I'm going to call Mark to come up here. We're going to reprise our song from Heather's. Come on up, Mark. Come on up, Mark. Come on up, Mark. But while Mark's making his way up here, so he can give you a few comments, I do want to thank all the responders for all the work you've done over the years, for all the work you're going to continue to do. I want to thank everybody who's out there watching that isn't a responder yet, so that you know that we want you to join us. So if you read a critique and thought, boy, that kind of stinks, I could do better, you're the kind of person who needs to get out there, fill out an application, so we can find out if you can do better. It's important. This is an important part of the program. The recognition alone, the things we learn through the critiques is enormous. We have had several discussions on the center stage board, Mark and I both happen to sit on that, where we've gotten critiques back and we've said, well, gee, if we make this change, we'll start seeing improvement. And sure enough, things that have been suggested, we've implemented over the years and have seen improvement in attendance, improvement in revenue, improvement in awards. It's exciting, and everyone needs to take that and run with it. So appreciate what you do. For all our stage managers out there, yes, we know we started at about 11:14. So I'm going to hand this off to Mark and let him give some greetings, and then we're going to get busy with this full day, I think.
Thank you, sir. Just like Fred said, thank you to for you all for being here today. Thank you to all the responders for all that you do. Thank you to my judges' assistants. Some of them may be online today as well. Appreciate everything that you do. As he said, we are always looking for additional folks. This spring actually was a little different, I think, than other years have been, in that Greg Schaper right now does not have 10 shows to judge, which is a good thing. And we've been able to kind of keep things, I'll say, at a manageable level. We would like to have additional folks. Usually the quote I hear when I approach people about becoming a judge is, oh, I'm not qualified to do that. If you do a lot of theater, if you go to a lot of theater, guess what? You're qualified to judge. It is not as difficult as it seems to be. You can ask Victoria back there, who just submitted her first one, which was fabulous. We love to hear the opinions, and as Fred said, I think a lot of people are using those to better themselves. Adjudicators, I always tell folks, you're going to wear one of three hats. You're either going to be a teacher, counselor, or critic. In some cases, you will be all three in a single show. So, as long as you approach it that way, I think we're in good shape. We'll gladly take more people at any time. My only other quote will be to my responders is, please try to adhere to the unwritten rule that you get your critique in within 2 weeks of seeing the show. I've had to pester lots of people this year, and the theaters will then come to me asking where critiques are. So as much as you can adhere to that, I appreciate that very much. Makes my job easier, makes my job and John Sloan's job, as we have to audit everything, easier and more timely to do that. So Fred is going to introduce our first presenters here, and I think we're going to have a great day.
I needed to put on the bifocals here because Jacqlyn is much younger than me. All right, very excited to announce introduce our first presenters today. Elizabeth Lee Taylor is a Cincinnati native, SCPA graduate, and a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, Semper Fi. A longtime admirer of live theater, Liz has been involved in productions with several Cincinnati theater companies since 2017, including Marymount Players, Falcon Theater, No Theater, and the Carnegie. She's married, mother of 4, and works full-time for the marketing conglomerate Nielsen IQ. Between serving her country, starting a family, and working full-time, she took acting classes and singing lessons to fulfill her dreams of participating in live theater. Her most notable credits include All the Way, Fannie Lou Hamer, Speak On It, Blues for an Alabama Sky, and Intimate Apparel. She's expanding her live theater experience by directing the musical Ain't Misbehavin' for Marymount Players' summer production this year. Buy your tickets, please. Darren Lee has been involved both on stage and behind the scenes in Cincinnati Community Theater since 2012. He's worked with a number of local theaters, including Center Stage Players, the Drama Workshop, Fairfield Footletters, Loveland Stage Company, Mason Community Players, Marymount Players, and Tri-County Players. Darren has received multiple Orchid Awards for acting, directing, set design, sound design, and set construction. He has been on the board of Mason Community Players and has been an adjudicator for acts since 2018. Darren has been honored to represent the Southwest region of the Octa State Convention as an actor in Marymount Players Out of Sterno in 2019, and in Tri-County Players The Women of Lockerbie in 2022, for which he received an award for merit in acting. Over the past year and a half, Darren was privileged to direct 2 shows set in the early to mid-19th century. Miss Bennett, Christmas at Pemberley for Center Stage Players, and Ada in the Engine for Marymount. These shows take place during England's Regency period and early Victorian era. Please welcome to the stage Elizabeth Lee Taylor and Darren Lee. There's a mic there near the presentation, and if you want this one, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's why we're getting the feedback.
Which one do we want to kill? That one or this one?
This is the one we want to keep.
We want to keep this one.
Yeah.
All right, we've got that one now.
All right, well, thank you for inviting me to this forum, a discussion. I wrote my notes down like 4 or 5 times and I still can't read my own handwriting. So I'll go ahead and get started. So when I was given this topic, I thought about myself as an audience member going to see a production. And then I got thinking, what's the difference between historical accuracy and civil liberties when these writers are, creating these, these works of art? Then I went on to production and eventually came up with the following bullet points. 100% accuracy is going to be hard to achieve, which means, and if you do achieve it, you're going to limit your audience members. You want to create a feeling of the period through set design, props, and costumes, which is much easier, I believe, than a historical figure, right? The accuracy in conveying an idea from the past, you should go for accuracy and convey an idea from the past rather than the past itself. We want to look at the point of view of this particular production. And so when I was thinking about historical accuracy, I immediately thought of the Crucible. Mr. Miller did not have newspapers to refer to. But he did have court documents, and which is why the Crucible is so prevalent, simply because we feel these characters based off historical figures. Now, when I thought about historical accuracy versus civil liberties, I immediately thought of musicals, right? I thought of musicals, Hamilton, Miss Saigon. You know, I think the audience, and if the audience member does not know, they're gonna learn really quick that there's just some things that's not historically factual. We know George Washington was not a Hispanic man from New York. You know, Miss Saigon, which I'm not a big fan of, you know, right now, because it doesn't tell the story of the Vietnamese people and what they went through in a war-torn country. We know the Vietnam War was horrible. It doesn't really make mention of that, other than these people, in my opinion, could not take care of themselves and fend for themselves. They needed an American white savior to come and save them, particularly the women, by taking them back to America. So that is what I mean by civil liberties. Hamilton, the characters are non-white. I also thought of falsettos. At the time when falsettos was being written, the AIDS epidemic had just started. It was in the early stages. It didn't even have a name. And so the character in the second act, who we know now was going to particularly, you know, probably perish from that horrible virus, they didn't really emphasize it. They emphasized what the characters went through while trying to support him. So falsettos is one. Natasha Pierre and the Comet of 1812. Serfdom was a form of slavery. It's not really mentioned. If you really look at that particular musical, it's not mentioned at all. So we just talked about aristocracy, how awesome it is to be rich in Russia. So that's what I mean by historical accuracy with the Crucible versus civil liberties. So in saying that, history is pretty well documented that these writers and the production staff can take when they're trying to convey the story to the audience. Secondary is telling a good story. So that's about all I have right now. So I'll give it to Darren.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look
Does
here.
anyone have any questions? Does anybody agree with me?
All right. Well, senior people, they're supposed to talk a lot. So I would understand. Thank you. Okay, that's great. We didn't actually collaborate, so it worked out really well because she talked from a very high intellectual standpoint, and I'm going to talk from a lowly director's nuts and bolts standpoint. So, in looking at this script analysis, the importance of historical context, or intro to dramaturgy, when Betsy sent this out to me, when she asked me to present this, I was really excited about it, and I still am, and thought I knew something about it. But then she said dramaturgy, and I'm like, oh, what's that? So just to say that there's a lot of people out here that have training, have degrees in theater. I do not. I have an interest and willingness to learn, and a really good internet speed, so I can learn a lot of stuff. That, I say that humorously, but the truth is, we've never lived in a better time to be historically and somewhat accurate as you can be. There is so much information out on the internet that it's actually difficult to evaluate it all and to figure out what's relevant, what should be included. So as adjudicators, I think that you sort of need to look at a lot of these productions in that context. It's and we'll, towards the end of my talk, I'll talk more about it, but a lot of it is what does the author and what is the director, what are they trying to do? What is the purpose of what this show is? Because there can be a lot of different things, and I think that follows up a lot with what Elizabeth was saying. It's difficult to be entirely historically accurate, and there's a lot of liberties that are taken with the historical context to make a point or to convey to the audience what you're trying to get across. And so so we can look at the nuts and bolts, which we're going to do here, but we also need to keep in mind what we're trying to do. First of all, the basics. Dramaturgy, it's a comprehensive exploration of the context in which the play resides, as simply as that. You're looking at the context of the time, the history, what's going on socially, what's going on with these individuals, and then you're looking at, as we'll get into, costuming and speech and dialect and those types of things. Now, again, for adjudicators, I think we talk about the basics. The first place I would start is with set design. And I was fortunate to direct Miss Bennett, Christmas Pemberley for Center Stage. That was written by Lauren Gunderson and Margaret Melcombe. For those of you who don't know the play, it's basically 2 years following the events of Pride and Prejudice. I think most of us are familiar with Pride and Prejudice. And it's the same characters. It's the Bennett family, it's the Darcys. And basically, it's set in the Pemberley Manor, which is Mr. Darcy's estate. And they are inviting the whole family to Christmas. And so that's what takes place here. And it's the story about Mary, who's the bookish sister. It's her chance to fall in love and get married and everything. So it's sort of a light Jane Austen type of entertainment. There's definitely the historical context of a woman trying to make her way, especially an intelligent woman in a man's world. So that's definitely there. But when we talk about set design, there's a number of elements that in this set that I did want to point out. When looking back at this, when I did my research, I looked at the BBC production of Pride and Prejudice, and the place that they used for Pemberley is actually Camden Place. And so as I tried to design my set, I thought about what are the elements of Camden Place, both on the interior and the exterior. One of the things that I noticed in the time period especially is, again, I'm not an architecture major or anything, but they're very boxy, but they're also very ornate. A lot of windows, a lot of opulence when it comes to detail. But you can see the windows in this, and that's why I have that row of windows in the back to try to tie in to that time period and what was going on and what the architecture, what a manor house might appear to be at that time. This is a drawing room in the manor. Let me drink real quick, sorry. Dry air makes my mouth really dry. Excuse me. Now, I took a few liberties here. I mean, you can see it certainly, I feel, gives a very strong impression of a manor house. some of the liberties I had to take, I don't know if anybody's seen center stage productions at Lockland High School. It's a pretty high stage, and it's going to be remodeled, but the audience seats are not really raked that well. So it's tough to see in back. So you would not have the raised levels. So the raised levels in this, I mean, obviously, we as adjudicators know levels make things more interesting for one thing, but it's very practical here because you can't see what's going on in the back unless you raise it up in this particular place. So kind of work for that. The other element of this design is in the script. There's a large manor, a large drawing room, as you can see up in the right there, where people would gather, of course, in this time period. And a lot of things would take place there, a lot of conversations. And there's an area for the music area that's in the script, and there's an area for the library. By putting it on levels and separating it that way, the script calls for different conversations where everybody's in the same room, but people aren't necessarily hearing the other conversations. So you can see some of the built-in bookcases, some of the various, point out that the flooring, I used actually Formica with marble to make it look like a marble floor. Marble floors would have been accurate, but they're in a lot more of area rugs and carpeting that way. I think that's all I wanted to point out. Is there any questions about this particular picture in that set?
Had you watched Bridgerton when you designed
I-
it, or did it just happen to coincide?
It was interesting that it kind of coincided, but I actually took a lot of Bridgerton for the next show that I did, some of the things for Ada and the Engine. Ada and the Engine, again, I was fortunate to direct that for Marymount. Also written by Lauren Gunderson. It's about Ada Byron Lovelace, about her life. And those of you who aren't familiar with her, she is credited as the first computer programmer. She worked closely with Charles Babbage on who was developing the analytical engine, which is seen as the first computer. And again, I should actually put this back in the context. I think it was mentioned earlier that both of these are set in the early 1800s. The Regency period, which is most of Pride and Prejudice, and Christmas at Pemberley is mostly during the Regency period. Basically, the events occur around 1815, 1817 in Christmas at Pemberley, which is interesting because Ada Byron Lovelace was born in 1815, so she was born during the Regency period as it transitioned into the Victorian period. And if you know anything about this period, it's a time of a lot of growth, a lot of industrial, beginning of the Industrial Revolution, just a lot of changes going on in society. England itself was very, very successful. The empire was successful, flourishing. And so both Christmas at Pemberley and Ada and the Engine really focus a lot on the aristocracy of the day. Again, getting back to the theme of a smart woman making her way in a man's world. And you can, especially for Ada Byron Lovelace, she was brilliant. She was absolutely brilliant. And of course, though she was the daughter of Lord Byron, the poet, so she had this dichotomy in her of this really intelligent, scientific, mathematical mind, combined with the passions of Lord Byron and his poetry and his zest for life. So both of those things kind of conflicted. And it's a fascinating story about Ada. And again, this is fiction. It's based on her life. A lot of the things that are in the show happened, but there's a lot of liberties taken with it. So as far as set design, you can see it's a lot different than what I do with Christmas at Pemberley, because we're trying to do different things here. There are 5 different settings for this in the script, and of course, I didn't you know, if you've been, obviously, I think everybody's been here now, not a lot of room to bring set pieces on and off and make a lot of transitions. So I wanted to keep a static set like I did with Christmas Family, but I wanted to be able to represent different places. So the way that I did that, the main areas were where Ada lived, whether her mother's home or her own home when she got married. And I used lighting to change it. So in the back, on stage left side, that represents it when we're in Ada's home. And on the stage right side is Babbage's house. And then with lighting, as you can see here, Babbage's isn't the, so everything in front becomes Ada's home. And then when it's Babbage's home, we light up Babbage's, and everything in front becomes Babbage's home. So that's how I got around that. In between there's a little garden for one of the things that took place. So that's why the set design is this way. But again, as far as historical context, trying to keep in mind a lot of the elements that I discussed with Pemberley. See if I have that on this part. No, I don't. Oh, okay, yeah. And so here you can see, right, I use a lot of lighting transitions to change place and conversations and to separate things that were going on. My lighting guy, I think there were 115 lighting cues, and he was not real happy with me. But I had it all laid out, so he was happy. That it was pretty quick to get all that together. But again, you can see some of the elements here that of more of a wealthy aristocracy, some of the finer furniture, a little bit more ornate. There's only so much you can do. You only have so much of a budget anyway. So in looking at decor and props, Miss Bennett, Christmas Pemberley, you can see here some detail from the other photograph. Put together, this is the music area. Actually, I wanted to find a pianoforte appropriate for the time. Couldn't find one, so I built one. And basically just put a little keyboard inside it, and really, it looks nice from 40 feet. That's the idea. So, but it worked because Mary has to play it, and it worked pretty well for her. So that was pretty, again, looking for accuracy to the time period, and the pianoforte was widely used, and I think a lot of times when we think of the pianoforte as almost like a grand piano, it goes back. There's a lot of this Senate type, so that was actually probably more widely used than what we're used to. Another thing I thought was very interesting we did. If you see any of the pictures from the time period, these main homes have pictures everywhere. There's paintings of family members. So I wanted to attempt to incorporate an element of that in with it. And this is actually the Darcys, and these are the actual actors. So a friend of mine wrote Photoshop, so he took pictures and he found these things online, put them all together, and he made posters out of it. So I thought that was pretty nice. He's a lot more creative than I am, more talented, but Christmas Pemberley, Christmas tree. Now, they didn't have Christmas trees at this in 1815 in England. They were popular in Germany at that time, and that's one of the script points is Mary. Elizabeth. Everybody knows Lizzie from Pride and Prejudice. It was very difficult for her to bring something in that's very unusual. So we did incorporate the Christmas tree as it is in the script. If you remember the design, you have this big central area, and I wanted to have the Christmas tree right in the center, but of course that made a lot of problems for her. I mean, that's how it is in the script, but with the smaller, stage that we have, there's a lot of blocking issues. You have that center. So I had them, Lizzie and Mr. Darcy, dragging it around in different scenes. And also it ended up in the middle at the end. So So again, that's kind of going with these characters and the kind of things that they would do. But again, you can see the seats. Some of these chairs I think are also I used in Aid in the Engine. Props, you can see the quills. Some of these are pre-production, or these are still building sets. The bookshelves here, we use some fake books and some various things that, again, 40-foot roll. I think that's something from Germany from like 1980. I don't know, but it looks good. So, so I took a lot of liberties with those types of things. Any questions about anything on here? Okay. And for Aid in the Engine, same kind of thing. See those seats in there. The shared those and 3D things. These aren't fake books here. That's really nice. Those are built in. They go after you got all this together. You can see the globe here. This is Charles Babbage. He's hard at work on his analytical engine. He would have a much larger desk, of course, and a drafting table. We didn't have room for that, obviously. And he's hard at work, and we have some little props there, like a sextant and compass, and that would have been appropriate for the time. So little details like that, I think, really add to the production when you're trying to keep the context and historically accurate. Again, you can see carrying on with that. I think the book is actually, I can't remember the name of the book, but the book is from the time period. You can see the little table between the furniture. The furniture, again, is very elegant. There's a lot of detail to it, but it's also not bulky. They're smaller, smaller legs and a lot of openness to it. Yeah. And another element I want to put, Victorian trim, some of the things I looked at when building the set is looking at Victorian trim. I didn't have a really good picture of it, but the crown molding is really built up. I have about 3 different types of trim that was built up. You can see the trim, the baseboard is the same way. It's really built up, so that was very popular in the Victorian era. I think that's it for that one. Any questions about? Yes.
So for inspiration for this type of set, did you look to any specific place like you've done with Camden Place, or what were you looking for when you worked on the design set to give that flavor?
Yeah, that's a good question. I did a lot of research. I surfed the internet for a while, and trying to find information on Babbage's house and what it looked like. His was very simple. Babbage was not aristocracy. He was a learned man, and he was a professor, but he wasn't a landowner. So some of his home was pretty humble. So when you look at this, although there's nice things here, it's not really ornate. It's more of a thinking man's study. And so that's kind of what I look for that. And similarly, Lady Lovelace is her mother. Lady Lovelace's home. She at this time period when this is set, they lived various places, but they had an apartment in London. And so what you see represented there is more of an apartment, an apartment like we call condos now, with several different stories. So that's why I'm not going to try to go back because I'll show the whole thing up. But there were different levels where there was her bedroom up higher, there was a lower area where the piano was, same piano by the way. And it was interesting that piano was pretty cheaply made. And by the time we got to Ada, I had to fasten it to the wall so it wouldn't wobble too much. So, but yeah, so that's a good question. So there was a lot of research that went into why these are they're not the big manor home. That's not where this is set. They're set in an apartment in London. a small house in London also for Babbage.
Did you have any favorite resources for looking at those styles, if everything was stuck in your mind as being helpful?
I'll tell you, the things, everything that BBC put out from, and pictures and stuff from their productions they were invaluable. I mean, just from a visual standpoint, to look at that. It was a lot harder trying to find real things like Babbage's home and what that looked like. But there were things out there, but you just have to Google and try to find what you can. So I did look at a lot of different things, but it kept coming back to the BBC had a lot of stuff. They also had a lot of sound cues that, I don't know if you knew that they have that, whoever does sound stuff, they put out all their sound cues for free. And it's a huge library. It's wonderful. Any other questions about props and decor? Okay. So costuming obviously is important. For Miss Bennett, Christmas and Kimberly, Lady Berg, obviously she is a little bit higher in the years. She has some her dress. Amanda Worcester did a really nice job with this. On a very tight budget, by the way, so she did really well. So her dress, you can see, is a little more sophisticated, a little more upscale than Bennett's sisters. Even though Lizzie is now a Darcy, she is married to Mr. Darcy, who is a landowner and brought the aristocracy. She's still fairly simple, especially when her family comes to visit her at Christmas. You can see that their clothing, because their father was not a landowner, he was not part of the aristocracy, although he was part of the upper middle class, and had 5 girls, so I can't even imagine. And that's very important for the time period, because he needs to marry them off. Women can't hold land, they can't own land. They didn't typically have jobs, especially in the upper middle class. So to have anything, to have many rights at all, and to be able to survive, he has to marry them off, and so that's a big part of this. A big part of the Pride and Prejudice was about, of course, it follows up in Senate. Anyway, so their costuming is a little bit more simple, but again, very appropriate for the time period. Those were base outfits too, which was nice because there's a couple different days. On Christmas, they add some things to their dress to make it appropriate and show that it was Christmas. Similarly with the men, I think she did a good job there too. You can see Mr. Darcy there in the middle. He's a little bit more sophisticated in his dress. And Mr. Bingley was actually very, very wealthy. So their attire is a little bit more upscale, not quite as simple. Any questions about Miss Bennett's costuming? Yeah.
Were they pulled and modified from stock? Were they created originally, borrowed?
Yeah, I think that Amanda has a big wardrobe of things because she does a lot of this. So she just pulled from what she had. Again, I think she did a really nice job with it. We had a bigger budget for Ada and the Engine. And I think our costume came up with just some beautiful dresses. There are times when most of the time she's going to a ball. Ada is going to a ball or going to one of the salons that Babbage would have. So she would typically be very well dressed. Her mentor, Mary, she was very intelligent. She mentored Ada and was a good friend with Babbage, and actually that's how Ada got to know Babbage. But this is, I thought this was just a really, really nice dress for an elderly woman. Very conservative. Again, at this time when she's in play, it's the beginning of the Victorian era, which is very buttoned up. And then Lady Lovelace, I just thought that was a fabulous dress. I think that was really nice and Tracy. Any questions about these? And then for the men, the same thing. Babbage, Lord Lovelace, and this is Lord Byron appears to him. Lord Byron died when she was an infant, so she never met her father, but she had seen pictures of him. One when he was fighting in the Middle East, and this is similar to the dress that he had at that time. So there's a dream sequence at the end we'll see a little bit more about, where she meets him after she's died, and he's dressed like this. I thought that was really kind of add a little bit of levity to it, but also showed where her mind was at the time. So very, very sophisticated. I thought the long tails all very appropriate for the time period. Again, this spanned time from about around 1832 to 1850 or so. So things are a little less, we're further along in the Industrial Revolution. There's a lot more science going on at this time. I'm gonna make sure I don't mess this up because I don't want to do something. When I looked into the music, I had two different shows when we were doing this. For Ada and the Engine, for Christmas at Pemberley, it was very traditional, and it was also Christmas. So I did some research into what would be some of the music that would have been around the time for Christmas. Gloucestershire, Wassail, if I can get this.
Are you happy to sound, I'm guessing?
Yeah, because I gotta play and pause that. So
Sure.
Okay, and then I can't find the cursor though. There it goes. Okay, thanks. Okay, so. Do we have sound on this? So you can get an idea of, again, very appropriate for the time period. Stop that. Also, Mary was a very accomplished piano player, and part of the, which again would be typical of the time, most women in the upper middle class and aristocracy would have lessons in instruments, usually the piano. Mary is very accomplished in the story, and she would, to prove that there's a conflict between her and Lady Borg, and at one point in the script, she ends up trying to. So she plays this on. But, so this type of music, this classical Beethoven, was frequently played by women at the time, and the kind of things you hear. Anyway, the point being, very traditional music that I used for the time. And it was interesting. Abby, who played Mary, actually could play this. So she had actually, we had contemplated having her actually play it live on, but we used a recording because she was a little concerned. little nervous to do that and acting and all that at the same time. So, but very different for Ada and the Engine. You mentioned Bridgerton. So I use that same concept of classical versions of contemporary music. And I just thought that whole theme played so well with Ada because she always looked at the future. That's what she was always thinking about, and what science can do and what could be accomplished. So let's see again. I usually have contacts, but okay. the Wildest Dreams, a Taylor Swift song. And so it's just and there was an opportunity to do this a lot with, in both Miss Bennett and Alien Engine. Lauren Gunderson incorporated a lot of on-stage transitions. So things didn't really change from on the stage. Whenever you shift from scene to scene, it happened in front of you. So I used music in almost every transition that I did, and using this type of music for those transitions I thought worked really well. There was also some of the transitions. Uh-oh. You got a battery or plug this in? And in those transitions, there were a lot of letters written back and forth between Ada and Charles Babbage. And so the transitions that she incorporated were those letters. And so I would use the same concept with the music and then do voiceovers for the letters in a lot of those spots, and really give another opportunity to kind of highlight what the point we were trying to get across as far as.
Dear Mr. Babbage, I will not delay in thanking you for Lardner's trigonometry. I have had quantities of formulae
hear
to
that
work
already.
out and have destroyed a great deal of paper in this pursuit. What can I do to help you in your marvelous machine? I do hope to see you soon. Yours truly.
At our last dinner, you spoke of the future. The idea of foresight has
Apologize for the glitch here.
logic, intense thought.
Probably turn the volume up on the far right, the icon.
The rest all the way up.
Yeah, I think she didn't get all the way up, but
No, I mean in the queue itself,
in the what?
On your slide.
on your slide,
Oh,
on the right of that bar.
oh, right. I'm sorry. That makes sense.
I know. huh?
Pretty much.
Pretty high.
All right, let's.
A new idea forms in me. It feels as though I stand in a valley thick with fog.
Yeah.
I can't see where I am.
Dear Mr. Babbage, I will not delay in thanking you for Lardner's trigonometry. I have had quantities of formulae to work out and have destroyed a great deal of paper in this pursuit. What can I do to help you in your marvelous machine?
Don't want to see me. It's okay.
We're gonna, because it shut down, we had to switch you
Gotcha.
back in. All right.
Or is there any other place I can turn the volume up, you think?
That I was gonna, the problem is our cable's not.
Oh.
Let's see. Our cable's not long enough to plug into that computer, so let me see if I can see what.
Yeah, I got a video at the end. I'd really like to have the volume on. Am I running out of time here?
I give you your mic.
Okay. All right, so we'll do the next one.
I will not delay in thanking you for largest trigonometry. I have had quantities of formula to work out and destroy a great deal of paper in this mistake. What can I do to help you with your marvelous machine? Do you hope to see you soon? I will subscribe you.
So anyway, Sweet Child of Mine, I thought was the piano guys did a really nice version of that one. So, but those worked really well for the transitions, and still with brought the future, the modern aspect into play while keeping the feel of the time period. Next time I'll do that. Okay. Other things, speech, dialects, obviously those are very important to pay attention to, needs to be appropriate for the setting. And one of the things that's really, to me, as an adjudicator, is consistency. Consistency across the cast, and consistency in any individual, maintaining the accents or dialect throughout. Again, this is the British aristocracy. My last show is a Boston accent, so that's definitely a point that I try to emphasize. All right, speaking of that, another area is important. Back up. No. Page up there. There we go. Personal bearing or conduct, demeanor, behavior, and personal communication. Obviously, if you're familiar with Victorian era, that's a big deal. We, in fact, for Christmas Pemberley, we had a comportment expert come in and spend an entire rehearsal working on manner of on the manner of walking, how they held themselves, how deferential one should be to superiors, women to men, people who are higher in that caste. So that comportment is very important to keep that consistent. In Christmas Pemberley, obviously, that was a big part of that. A lot of the interaction between the men and the women. Ada and the engine is a little different. Again, Ada is a very progressive woman, a genius, and in her relationship with Babbage, you didn't see that. You didn't see nearly as much deferential behavior towards Babbage or even Lord Lovelace. She knew her place, but she always fought against it. And that came through in my actress's performance too, I thought really well. Any questions about speech, comportment, anything?
Where did you find your expert?
I worked with her at Mason. She had directed Pride and Prejudice, so she had been a teacher, so she was really good with it. But I think that's the main area that she knows. I'm not sure if she knows, later eras or anything, but she was very good with that, with the aristocracy written at the time. Okay, so then what is the author and the director trying to say? Again, I've touched on it a little bit here, but being more specific, to me, my goal with Christmas at Pemberley was immersion, letting the audience really just go back in time and be a part of that Christmas and just be entertained. It's that the script itself is light entertainment. It was our first show back from COVID. I think that's one of the reasons Center Stage picked it. Let's just get back in the theater. Let's get back and just take us to another place, in which theater is wonderful about doing. And that's why I really focused a lot on the set, a lot of attention to detail, using the traditional music. All those elements came together because that was the goal of that. Historical accuracy, yes, but really just transporting people and immersing them in the time period. Now, when it came to Adriel, and you can see there's a little better picture of the set. Get rid of that down there. I'm not going to go there now. But again, it's when you walk in, it's just a big set, and the whole thing, it's this big manor house, and really, I thought, did a good job taking it back. I can never find the cursor. I got you. Thank you. Thanks. And I had one of the actors too. They did a wonderful job with it. Questions about any of that? Now, the same thing though. Ada and the Engine to me was about relevance to today, and what it's a story about this amazing woman. She's a mathematician. She's progressive, one of the first computer programmer. Charles Babbage's Analytical Engine. Also mentioned the Crystal Palace. This was a time of the World's Fair where they built the Crystal Palace in London. And she talked a lot about all this advancing science and dreaming of this Crystal Palace, etc. But also the other side of Ada being the daughter of Lord Byron with the passion and creative genius that she had. So to be able to portray that, I use the classical versions of pop songs again. There is a piece that is actually written for the play at the end of the play that you're required to use. And I use video imagery during that death dream sequence to evoke her thoughts and her feelings about in this dream sequence that she has at the end. And it starts, again, the music. This is the music that is specifically from it.
0, 1. And all the gears are spinning round.
So we pulled down a scrim and we projected
They
this on
spiral
a
up,
scrim
they
with
tumble down.
Ada in front of it singing this live. And this is when she met Lord
This
Byron.
dream of mine.
He comes out and sings with her, and also Charles Babbage comes out and sings the third
falling
part of this.
into line.
But the background there is to evoke the idea of the Crystal Palace that she was just thinking about. And there's a lot of pieces from this that are highlighted in what she's saying, what she's talking about.
Cloudless climes
So in this part,
starry skies.
and what she's saying is she walks in beauty like Byron's poem. But she shows, she teaches him to sing, not just to say, but to sing.
Spinning round, they spiral they
So that's the whole idea of all this.
Like the night when all the gears are
And that's Babbage coming in.
this dream of mine, the numbers falling into
You may have to listen to the whole thing. I had such a hard time getting the first one. Oh, there.
1 0 0 1 1 1 0 0
And at this time, she's saying goodbye to me. At the end of her dream.
She walks in like the night.
This is Byron singing his words to her as he leaves.
And all the stars and all the clocks and all the lines and where
They,
they
Babbage
cross,
and Byron
and
Lee,
all
and
the
she's alone on the
clouds
stage
and
now,
all the
watching
trees,
herself
and all
her
the
life.
spaces in between,
And
and all the birds and all the bats, and all the stories they can tell, and all the light and all the seas, and all the glitters in between,
and that's basically
and
how
all
it
the
ends.
stars.
So, and then the lights go out. So it's just, I just thought that was a good way to keep the historical context, try to bring it in, make it more interesting. And again, I had to use the song anyway, so I thought it worked pretty well. Any question about any of that? All right, just open it up to everybody about anything that Elizabeth or I have talked about.
Just in general, so this would be for audit review, thinking in terms of adjudication. I know there's been talk before about, is it important for a judge to have read the play before actually seeing the production of it? Along those lines, if it is a play of historical context, obviously you wouldn't go into as deep as the director and cast would, but do you think it might be important to have at least, look a little bit as to what the play is covering before seeing it or judging it?
Elizabeth, do you have thoughts on that?
So before I say that again, can I just hear your question one more time?
Okay. Just basically, before adjudicating show, I think it's important for the judge to have to look at least a little bit into the historical background, especially a show that does have historical background. I mean, you wouldn't prepare for the start, for instance, but for a show like Miss Icon or like Miss Beverly or whatever, familiarize yourself.
Most of the couples in the early 70s might look up there for the park.
In my opinion, I do not. Okay, I think that, again, when you're going to see the show, that you kind of trust that there is going to be some historical accuracy to the show. Maybe not factual, not 100% accurate, but once you go in and you see the show, I mean, only a nerd would do that, right? Somebody like me. I would go in, I want to see what this show is about. Nerd alert, nerd alert, nerd alert. So, but if it were me, I would look into it. Because you have a duty to do as an adjudicator. But I think that you should also keep your mind open and going to know what the writers, once you see the show, the writer has some historical references in it. And then the director, producers, the production staff takes that in mind, takes that show in mind to implement that into it. So I don't necessarily think that it's necessary to do research. Because what if your research is wrong? Internet has so much out there. And we all know, internet has some very inaccurate, facts out, not inaccurate information out there, so. Okay.
I agree a lot with that, but I also think a lot of it depends on what you're gonna say as an adjudicator. Don't talk about something you don't know about. If you go into a show and you don't know the history and you haven't done any research, then don't talk about whether it's been accurate or not. Tell about what you do know. Talk about what is relevant to you, what's your area of expertise. When I go into a show and they talk in costuming, I'm terrible with costuming. I always ask my wife. That's why she always goes with me. Was that one of those good costumes? So there's a lot of areas I don't know. I've met many times to bring this up, and I think it would be a great idea if there were an opportunity for a director to give a little statement before or after an adjudicator sees the show, to say, hey, look at this. This is the kind of thing that's important to me. One of the reasons this came up is I know that at least once during the meeting, one of the judges had left and said, I really didn't understand that last video. What was that all about? And said that to one of the ushers. And they were completely confused by the ones and the zeros and all that stuff. And that gave me an opportunity, and especially the last song, I just didn't get that. And I was able to explain, since I heard that, I had Fred send a little note from the director to those adjudicators about why that music was in there and what the purpose of it was, and the other music that I had throughout in this. So there's a lot of shows you don't need to say that, but I think there are some things that it'd be nice to say, hey, Judge, what do you think about this? When you watch the show, I'd like feedback on this specific thing that I did, whether you thought that worked or whether it didn't work.
That actually might be a good idea. I know that the Cappys have something like that, where the director can write out, here are some particular things I would like you to know, and it can be something to the tune of, this is what we were going for, this is why this is in this way, these are, there's, just for things like, how sometimes there's a question, was this done by a professional person, was this done by a volunteer, those maybe get those questions. Anyone who's been around for a while, what questions might happen for a bit, maybe we can answer them in advance. It's something we're thinking about.
I was gonna ask, when you go to the movies, and especially if you rather watch the movie than read the book, how they have a disclaimer saying that these are not, we say in some, paraphrasing, that this is not factual or actual, historic. If anyone that can be put, also, adjudicators aren't the only ones, audience members want to know too, if there's something that can be put in the playbill. Some type of disclosure that this is based off of historical facts, but there may be some liberties taken with the show from the writer and then from the production and followed with the writer's vision. So I don't know if that was something that could be added to a playbill, particularly for something like Ada and the Engine.
Right. Yeah. And again, like the use of classical versions of pop songs, pointing those things out to the audience or to the adjudicators, I think would be helpful. Pay attention to this. This is what we did. And this is a bit off topic of historical accuracy. I think there's just a lot of times it'd be nice if the judge knew this and that we had to go through this. For instance, at Tri-County, we can't attach anything to the stage, so every set has to stand independently. Those kind of things, and just so take those things into account. We lost our lead actor 2 weeks before we opened. I'd like you to know that. That's why you might not be as prepared. Those types of things. I just think it'd be a nice idea to be able to point out those kind of things prior to the judge coming and seeing the show.
I enjoy when the director's concept makes its way to the lobby display.
Right.
And then you're not limited to your half-page program, you can
Yes.
really spell out your intent.
Mhm.
And especially if you can address the last scene without spoiling it necessarily.
Right. Yeah.
I find that infinitely helpful.
Oh, yes, yeah, definitely as a judge. I mean, I can't think how many times I wish I could just stand up and take pictures during the performance and say, so I can remember this is going on and this is going on. You know, trying to remember costumes and props, and it gets hard. So, you know, some kind of primer that says, here's what you're going to see, here's what we did. You know, you might want to pay attention to these things. I think it'd be a lot of help for a judge and those things, so something to think about.
I have a question then. I've never been an adjudicator before. I know that some production companies will videotape like a dress rehearsal, like five dress rehearsal. Are they privy to a recording, just in case they don't remember something? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of restrictions on recording.
That's what your +1 is for?
That's what I said. Absolutely, yeah.
And I always just sit there and just take notes. Okay. I make myself a cheat sheet with boxes.
Yeah.
For writing things so I can do it quickly when I can't see well. Okay.
Things like last minute cast changes and stuff, would you put that into the pre-show curtain speech?
I think it depends. I mean, if he's going to be standing up there with a book, yeah. If he's, you know, some of the people that I've worked with, they were incredible and learned something in an entire lead, you know, in a week. Then no, I don't need to do that. But I think it's circumstantial.
I know Marymount has started a understudy situation where people auditioning are asked whether or not they want to be an understudy. They're only required to be at maybe 2 or 3 blocking rehearsals, not necessarily to memorize the script. I know Elizabeth is doing a little bit more with that for English behavior. But it is a situation where in order to incentivize the understudy, they get a bio, they get acknowledged, all that stuff occurs. Otherwise, you know, there's no pay, there's none of that occurring. And in a Broadway show or in a regular show that you see at one of these places, they have that as part of their package.
Right. Yeah.
If they're in the chorus and they understudy something, and then they go on, the pay goes up, you know, very simple for a long time.
Yeah.
You don't get that here.
Yeah.
But it is something that I think would be wise for your adjudicator to be aware of.
Yeah.
Is there a preparation packet or anything for them?
There's really not. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. But I mean, I think we can all agree COVID changed a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
So there were so many shows shut down, so many people had coming in at the last minute. So yeah, I think again, all the more need for a permanent.
We haven't really asked questions.
Yep, and I was going to say exactly that. And it does go both directions. If you as a responder have a question or an uncertainty, you can feel free to work through your judging assistant and through Mark to ask that question of the group. And if you as a group wants to make sure that a responder understands something, be it anywhere along the spectrum, you can make additional cheat sheets for responders, or you can work through the judging assistant and Mark. I will say that when we just did Laramie, we had a cast of 20 plus people. So to make it easier for the responders, I had a sheet that said, this colored t-shirt played these roles. That's
great, yeah. That's great. The problem is I don't think a lot of directors know that. I mean, until this happened, and I asked you about whether I could let them know, I wasn't aware you could do that. So, I mean, if we want to keep it an informal thing, I still think we need to let directors and theater companies know more about what they can actually do along that line. Those lines. Anything else?
I got one, Darren, and this kind of piggybacks off a point you made way in the beginning of it. I think it's
Okay.
more of a when you talk about director's response,
Mhm.
because I think a lot of times we will go into a show and it may not be, especially if it's something we've seen before, it may not be our vision.
Mhm.
And if it's done differently, it's not our job to say if it's right or wrong, but to gauge whether or not the director's vision is being communicated
Yeah.
effectively.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, yeah, because I mean, we cycle shows a lot, and everybody's got their own concept of what it is, and trying to keep that bias out. Again, all the more reason we, as directors, it'd be great to go and say, hey, I'm taking a different spin on this, and here's why. So, all right, anybody? All right, thank you, guys. Thanks for being here.
Well, that was perfect timing, everybody, so we're on a 10-minute break. Thank you. I do believe, wow, that's nice, huh? I do believe that by the time everybody gets settled back in their seats, we're probably gonna be at 12:40 on the dot. It is my great pleasure to be the one to introduce our next presenters, especially since I actually got to work with them in a show together, which is so absolutely fantastic. So they will be Farley Norman and Bonnie Emmer. After making his directorial debut at the age of 16, Farley has been represented as an actor, director, designer, and producer by numerous stage and screen productions across the country. With an emphasis on immersive and technically heightened productions, Farley has made a name for himself as a bold and exciting theater maker. Select theater credits include Jacqlyn the Musical, Oz at Benton Farm, Daddy Longlegs, Holmes, Comedies Elementary, The Blackface Project, Poe at the Kirkwood Inn, The Sleepy Hollow Experience, Spring Awakening, Angels of America, MGM's Christmas is in the Air, Final Christmas, and The Full Monty. Film TV credits include Revelation Trail, Wildfire, Chicken Moaning, The Pope Drops In, and Take My Hand, a musical short film. Farley is the creative director for GJS Media Productions, the president of Norman Creative, his immersive and experiential production company, and an associate producer for Brand Productions. Contact him on social media at @jfarleynorman. Bonnie has been performing in Cincinnati for nearly 3 decades. They are an accomplished performer, costumer, hair and wig stylist, and makeup artist. While Bonnie does work professionally, a great deal of their work has been in community theater. Recent work includes Ragtime with Cincinnati Music Theater, hair, wigs, and makeup. The Wizard of Oz at Benton Farm, costumes, hair, makeup, and production design. Daddy Longlegs at the Nova, Jerusha, costumes, hair, wigs, and makeup. And Nova's Ordinary Days is dubbed for Octa-State and ACT National Excerpts. Bonnie is known for their attention to detail, historical accuracy research, as well as delivering results on a budget. Cosign. Alrighty, let's give a big welcome to our next presenters.
Hello.
So I'm not going to say Farley.
Can we see if maybe we can hear Farley too?
Yes.
To make sure.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello, hello.
I can sit here.
No, I think let me see if I can get sound through my computer instead. I'm gonna try something. Okay, Farley, can you try again?
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hello, hello.
All right, want me one more time?
Hello, hello.
Trying again.
Hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello.
Yeah, we might have to do that, but we had sound coming from the music earlier, so that's why I was hoping we could get to work this way. Are they one more time?
Hello, Tess, can you hear me? Hello?
Okay. Yay! All right, we'll start back. We can do this one. All right, I'll come back over here and turn this on. Sorry, I was trying to fix our problem and I apparently did it.
You're good.
All right. One more take. All right, Farley, can you try again?
Hello, hello. Can anyone hear me?
He is the man of the machine.
Bonnie, you might need to talk a little bit more than me in this one.
I think we got you.
We just
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
So I'll talk a little bit about how Farley and I met, and then he'll give you a little overview on the show we're going to be talking about. But I had the pleasure to meet Farley working on Daddy Longlegs for Nova with Jacqlyn as our director. And I think we just sort of like clicked and we spoke each other's language, so to speak. and wanted to keep working together. And we were sort of looking for some stories we could tell that didn't involve rights. So there's a first bit of creative problem solving is looking for things that were in the public domain, but that were still classic stories that people wanted to see retold in different ways. So I'll let Farley talk a little bit about the idea of this show, and then we'll start talking about, we're sort of using this show as a case study to talk about our creative problem solving. So I'll let him sort of fill you in on what our idea was.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what Bonnie said, when we met, it was like we were both wanting to be challenged as storytellers and also find ways to explore stories in a different way. So that was kind of the common language that we found. And after finding the show in the public domain and kind of seeing of the many options that are there, this was the one that we felt reflected what we wanted to do the most, with kind of this immersive experiential concept. So we thought, okay, what's the best way to do that? Is it to do it in a theater? Is it to do it in another space? So we found a partner with the Benton Farm in Wilder, Kentucky, and they were gracious enough to let us kind of negotiate a little deal with them to where we could use their entire farm, essentially, as well as many of the farm elements, to create a production of The Wizard of Oz that was family friendly, that was the storytelling style that we wanted to use, which was very immersive, and very much so like once you entered the farm, the show started, and they were completely on board with it, and it was also a chance for them to kind of build off of their family friendly programming that they had been trying to kind of build up. So it was a great kind of combo for both us as a production company and for the farm itself. They had also had a lot of issues post-COVID because of a lot of grants and things had been cut. So they were looking for all kinds of different creative ways. And when we kind of brought this to them, they were like, can you scale this up anymore and make this bigger? Because we originally pitched them a very small show. And then they asked if we could actually make it bigger. And we said, sure, we'll figure it out. So if we want to go to the next slide. So this is an introduction to the venue map. So the best way to explain the show, I think, is to explain it as an experience. And I can kind of give my view of it, and then Bonnie, if you want to give yours. But the best way to put it is you would enter this the space. The location. We'll call it the whole venue. At this red box over to the left on the screen. You would follow the yellow brick road line all the way to the parking lot area, which actually ended up beyond the show support building, which is all the way to the far upper right. The parking ended up moving over that way because we also moved the playing space, which is the show field, which is the blue outline. We moved it over slightly to the right as well because the sun was at a better angle for us to perform our show without additional lighting support for the first act. In a different location. So we moved everything over, I think, about a football field length to accommodate the sunlight. A technical challenge right there. So you would follow this entire line all the way to the space. You would get out of your car. There were people, their characters were there to greet you. You could get out of your car, and Dorothy and Toto would be there to say hi. And you would follow a stream of hay bales and different animals to the show field. You would either have a chair or a picnic blanket area that you could set up, and you would watch the show just on the ground, picnic style, or just from an audience chair. That's my view of it. Bonnie, how about yours?
So as you can imagine, when you're trying to put a show up in a building, you have a certain set of challenges. But when you're trying to put up a show on a farm outside, you have a whole extra set of issues to deal with. So what do you build for a set? What do you make it out of? Because you have the elements to deal with. Is it something you want to have to tarp every night? You have to think about what's getting tarped, what's getting moved inside, how much storage do you have? How do you get electricity to the stage? How are you going to light it?
How fast can you move it inside if it rains?
What are you going to do if it rains? What do you do if there's lightning? And so these were all things we had to think about. And when we say, how are you going to light it? How are you going to get electricity? We're out in this field here. There's nothing. So we either have to run it from this building here, or we have to generate it ourselves. So this is all sort of things we started thinking about when we are trying to figure out how we're going to do this.
Those were the first questions. That was just step A. Figure out how to get power. Figure out how to actually get a logistically operating theater out in the middle of a field.
Yes, and then the further you get into it, the more details and the more questions, the more problem solving you have to do, because you have actors who are performing outside, so you need to make sure that the costumes they're wearing are conducive to their movement and conducive to the fact that it's going to be hot, because we did this in the summer. So it's just there's so many more details to look at. What we have here is sort of the setup of what we came up with for our playing spaces. These blocks here ended up being metal trailers that we borrowed from the farm. We set them up so that our actors could play around them, on top of them, and we called the middle here the pit.
Were they 4 feet? They were 4 feet tall? 5 feet tall?
Sorry?
They were 4 or 5 feet tall. You could climb on, like it was like you had to climb on them. We had to build stairs for people to access them at some points.
Yeah, so they would have stairs leading off the back. Another thing you're probably realizing is that we have no wing space. We have no backstage space unless we build it. So that necessitated us, as soon as our actors were leaving that support building, they were in character, which means they were in character for all of pre-show up until the show started. So let's see. Sorry.
Just to kind of build off of the set image. This was the original set image. We originally wanted some of the trailers to move. That's why the tractor is in the position it's in. The tractor in later images you'll see moving around a lot because we tried a lot of different space versions, if you will. There was one version where each of the trailers they're parallel to each other, so they were all across, so that people could walk on boards across from each other to kind of keep that jungle gym thing alive, and it became too dangerous. It was just not something that we could feasibly do in the time period that we had set. So we kind of moved into this more triangular set to kind of keep that thrust idea of a classic thrust stage, which was something that Bonnie and I and our lighting designer Miranda actually all talked about really wanting to keep, because so many of them are going away. We really wanted to kind of keep that energy so the audience could really get, they had permission to seat themselves pretty much all around the space. The circles that we identified as the big darker circles were supposed to be picnic areas, and people ended up sitting super close to the stage. We had people almost in the show a couple of times, and they loved it. They would go and sit on hay bales and things just that were up on the set because they felt like it was part of their world too, which was really cool. And we also used some ladders in the back that you can't really see in this image, but you'll see in a bit.
Yeah, it was part of our vision to make the entire experience very immersive. So having your actors out during pre-show, we had our wizard doing card tricks for the kids. So they already got that feeling of magic before the show even started.
Which he'd never done card tricks before. He had no close-up magic experience.
He dipped his toe into prestidigitation just for us. So
I remember going to him and saying, I need to fill some time. I need to kind of have because at the beginning we had a card trick that kind of starts the show. That's the tornado. So he does a card trick. Suddenly fans turn on from everywhere. Everything gets blown around, and it's all kind of based around him doing this very grounded level of magic that you believe in because you're seeing it right in front of you, and then it triggers everything else. So I wanted to expand that out, and when I brought that to him, he said, only because you're asking me nicely will I do this. because he knew he knew the level of what I was asking him to do was about 15 to 20 minutes of very difficult close-up magic. So I will go ahead and also say we had a group of incredible actors who bought into what we were trying to do, and they had some miserable times, I will say, being outside in that weather, and they made so much fun of it and and really found a ton of creative solutions on their own that I never even got to see. So for also hats off to them, because that was just incredible sometimes.
Yeah, we really sort of put them through it, but they were right
Mhm.
there with us. They wanted to be part of it. So
I think we have the video next of them, right?
yes.
Perfect.
Not sure how this is gonna work. So, as you can see, we used the sunset to our benefit. There are a few things that you get outside that you don't get inside. So, we timed our shows with sunset. That way we sort of had our background as the sunset for the first act. And then once they came back from intermission, we got to start using the lights, which Farley has a few slides right after this talking about lights, so I won't take that away from him. But another thing he mentioned that you probably couldn't do inside when we made our twister, we brought giant industrial fans outside and like had people experiencing the wind. Another thing that like
it blew people's hats off. It was great.
So I'm gonna go to the next slide so you can talk about some of our creative
We can watch it again. It's cute.
problem solving with
Awesome.
light.
So our line designer is the incredible Miranda DeBusk. She's an extremely accomplished line designer who I met when I was working with the Outdoor Theater Stanby Playhouse. She was one of their apprentices very early on, and then moved on from there to do some outdoor theater for pretty much every major theater company in the country that does outdoor theater. So when it came to me trying to do the impossible of staging an entire outdoor show with very minimal outdoor lighting or anything, I knew I had to call her. And so these next few slides are a lot of the things from her presentation to me, because I went to her and I said, Miranda, I think I gave her maybe $500 total and said, I need you to create images that suggest the images that are on screen right now. I gave her a description of self-lighting. I wanted people to be able to walk around with light on their own, but still look bold, still have an image that you could tell was striking against the moonlight, against the silhouette of the dark sky. Because our audience was looking up at the stage, so we had this beautiful night sky silhouette that we could create in the dark. So we wanted to use that to our advantage. I'll go on to the next slide, please. So to kind of accomplish that self-lighting, because the challenge was, we don't have lights. We have I think 6 LED lights, and then we had some little bulb lights in the ground to kind of do some illumination, just to give you enough so that the actors could really see. That was the point of them. They weren't really there to illuminate the actors. They were for their safety. So these lighting options became our workhorses, if you will, and every actor was constantly lighting themselves. So the Scarecrow had the lantern. Excuse me. The Tin Man had the Crossing Crafts like lantern, the plastic one. The Lion had the flashlight pieces because she could dance with them. We kind of built her into this dancing lion, so she was able to kind of do these great choreographed movements with those. Also, our choreographer, he was fantastic. Then we have the flashlights for Dorothy, because she was carrying Toto, and we had a lot of live animals in the show already, so we couldn't have a live dog. So we had a puppet that she was with. So she was handling a basket sometimes, this puppet, and a flashlight, and climbing up and down this whole set the whole time. So she had her work cut out for her, and then she's interacting with the crowd more than almost anybody else. So that was a way that we could kind of accomplish this self-lighting idea and make it to where we don't have to spend tons to get a lot more power out to the field than we could already do. Because we were like, I think when we did the math, we could we pulled all the power from the building because it was just more affordable. And I think we could generate enough power to power our light board, our soundboard, which we later moved to all computers because we had to conserve power somewhere. All of our DMX, all lighting was wireless. Everything except power was completely wireless. There were 3 cables that ran out to everything. Our dimmers were completely wireless. They were, if it's outside and you have a dimmer box that's electric, where do you put it? We put ours in like giant Tupperware bins and cut holes on the sides on the top and put them in there. And then plastic coated a bunch of our stuff and shoved it all inside and then put everything in trash bags. So it's like you look at all of our lighting and it looks like guerrilla warfare if you look backstage. We also had to put I forget what they're called, but Miranda could tell you. They prevent electricity from going through if it senses water in a system. Because our entire set was made of metal, we had a problem because we had electricity happening on the metal, so you can't have someone walk on that. Number one, all the shoes and everything in the show were had rubber on the bottom just in case of something happening. We also had these little systems in place to where if suddenly water got into a system, it was sensed anywhere in the whole show. All the electricity to the stage would stop. It wouldn't cut off electricity anywhere else, but it would cut it off to the stage so that everything would stop there. We could get all the actors off stage and make sure that everything was okay.
We did that at dress rehearsal because it rained.
We did. We had a couple nice rains during the run. I think we only canceled one night though. Of 2.5 weeks of performances, we only canceled one. Then on this screen, the lighting options here, we have we wanted to keep that industrial. I don't want to say it's a farm infused look, but we wanted to keep this industrial world we kind of created for the witch. So we had these like roadblock like construction lights in different places. We had some fluorescent lights that ended up not making it into the show. The umbrellas, we actually used a different version of the umbrella that looked a little bit more like a something from the Saw movies than I wanted it to, but that was on me. And then we used old flashlights everywhere. So we had Shaban, the head winged monkey, who was always on stage with the witch, because how are we going to turn her green? Because she's playing 4 other characters in this show. So she was lit by a flashlight. We only ever had her in the second act. She was not even in the first act of the show because it wasn't dark. So we could not have her in there. So in the second act, suddenly the witch shows up because it's dark enough that we can light her green. And then I don't think we ended up using the Wicked Witch. Her light ended up being all excuse me, the Good Witch, Glinda. She was how do I do? She didn't self-light because she didn't need to. She was bubbly enough that she was supported by everybody else. So we didn't have to really worry about it there.
In Act 1, and she became the Wicked Witch in Act 2. So
yes, thank you. I should have mentioned that.
We're in the natural light. Act 2, we were able to light her for her character.
We really built the show around that sunset. Originally, it didn't time out correctly. We actually, I think I asked our writer. I co-wrote the show with Claire Toomey, who's a New York-based writer, and I asked her to fluff up Act 1 a little bit because we needed like 5 more minutes to get to sunset. I think that covers the lighting.
Yes. Do we want to look at those, or should I talk about costumes?
You can go into costumes.
Okay. So, like we talked about before.
Do you want to show the photos as you talk about the costumes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as I talked about before, we had these actors out in the elements. So I tried to pick fabrics that were going to breathe for them, and things that I could wash easily. They also had multiple sets of clothing. So they would have multiple sets of these like colored undershirts so that we could use those through a weekend. And then I was doing a lot of laundry. As you can imagine, you have all these actors sweating, getting rained on. We had actual goats and chickens. So like, it was a challenge laundry wise, but it was essential. You can't send your actors out there smelly and dirty and expect them to give you a good result. So we tried to sort of convey our characters without going all the way there, let's say. So if you're in a theater, you can easily paint your Tin Man silver, but I'm not trying to paint this poor man silver and say go sweat in the outside. So we really tried to be cognizant of that. We also, for the characters that ended up changing multiple times, I don't know if there's a good.
I don't think we have a good one. It's mainly in the videos that we have that of Josh.
Yeah, so for example, our wizard had sort of a base outfit, and then he had a jacket that made him the wizard, and then he had a different jacket that made him the flying monkey. So we sort of used the people we had to fill multiple roles, and by making the costuming simple enough to convey the difference without putting yourself in trouble because you're outside, there's no place to change. You don't have the time to run back to the barn.
Can I add one here, Bonnie?
Yes.
If you notice, Dorothy's shoes are not red slippers. They are silver cowboy boots. This was something we encountered with the licensing of the Wizard of Oz as a whole, because our show was based on the book. It was not the movies. So in the book, she wears silver slippers. So she had to wear silver in ours, and we're on a farm, so we gave her silver cowboy boots. I think that was one of the first things I asked. I said, I don't have any other images in this show other than I want these silver cowboy boots. To you.
Yeah, we also, so because of the surface they're walking on, it's sort of a metal grate. That's another challenge the actors went through, was you could see the grate, but you also could see the ground 4 or 5 feet below that under the grate. So we made sure that all of their shoes had like rubber bottoms, one for the electrical safety of it, and also just to make sure they weren't slipping and sliding around, and that they had the grip that they needed. So, like,
I don't think anyone ever fell.
Sorry?
I don't think anyone ever fell.
No, nobody fell. We had like a close call, I think, when it rained, but
I think so. But we would, the actors would go out and dry the stage and would do it in character. It was great.
Here you can see more of the farm equipment, and you can also see the industrial fan. So whereas earlier we were talking about historical accuracy and making sure that you're as close to 100% as you can. This is sort of the opposite end of that spectrum, where we're looking at conveying a feeling or an atmosphere and less trying to reproduce something 100%.
I'll also add, here was where we got a bit creative with this tractor and this wagon. Originally, we did not have access to this wagon. And we were trying to figure out what to do with a sequence at the end where we have the hot air balloon. And if you're familiar with the Wizard of Oz, he goes up in a hot air balloon and leaves Dorothy. And we wanted that sequence. It was written in the show. We had to have it. And we couldn't figure out where to get this hot air balloon. We couldn't figure out what we wanted to do. The image in my head was to have, like, we build it up as this huge moment. It's big, and then a normal sized balloon just flies out. So that as it kind of goes away, it looks like it's getting further and further away. It's a nice little image to have as it floats away in the background of the show as it ends. So we ended up doing that, but we couldn't figure out how to get rid of the wizard because we didn't have anywhere to put him. So we rearranged the tractor. I brought the problem to the farm owners, the Ben farm owners. They said, well, we have a wagon. Do you want that? And we found a way to, the wagon does not have a real way to get into it from the bottom. So the actor would go into it. He would blow up this balloon, release the balloon into the air on his cue after he yells and screams, and then he would sneak out from the bottom. It's actually a forced open, I think, corn or grain compartment that he was small enough to slip through. So we got very creative with how to get him in and out of there, because he had to go do a quick change and be back on stage as another character, as the narrator of the show in, I think, 10-15 seconds. So he had to get in there, get out, and change clothes, and then get back on stage.
A helium inflated balloon.
And after doing this helium balloon bit and yelling for his life. So he's doing a lot. to make what this challenge that I think we made the challenge harder on him, but ultimately it looked so good. And people would ask me afterward, they say, where did he go? Because you can clearly see the bottom of the grain piece from almost all angles. So we got very creative with how to get him out of there.
And at the end of the day, stage magic, like the goal is how did you do that? If they can't tell, then you did your job.
And it was great because we had everything in front of them the whole time. We were very clear about, okay, this is a fan, but we're going to use it in this way. This is a flashlight, but we're going to use it in this way. So every time that we had a moment that could really be magical, like moving into Oz, like the wizard disappearing, stuff like that really popped because they were like, this is a very small show. How did you accomplish that? And it's because we were able to really get creative and push ourselves, if you will, to really get an interesting show.
Does anybody have any questions for us?
Is that the last?
Yes, those are
I'm gonna bring him up there. So
see Farley's only face.
We want to see Farley.
This was last year?
Yes, last summer.
Are you planning on doing something again?
we just like to see it.
We actually were talking about it recently. It might end up touring schools possibly.
We want to do an immersive version again, but we have to have the right weather. We have to have the right location. If you have a farm, let me know. But otherwise, we're kind of looking we would like to change it to be a school show and an educational show. Because we would love for it to play to kids. It was supposed to be more of a family show, and we really realized that kids love the show and they really fell in love with it. We had families coming back multiple times. The parents kept saying, we just keep coming back because they won't stop talking about it. So that kind of told us, okay, this is our audience. We want to change the show a little bit and then move it more toward being a school tour.
I'll have to say the goats helped. They were really cute. You had a question?
We did have goats at the end of the show.
You found that you wanted to do, that you found you were unable to do.
I'll speak for me personally. So we were trying to do this on a budget. So a lot of
you and everybody else in this room.
Yeah. So we did what you normally do, which is find everything you could possibly borrow first for free. So I had costuming ideas that I envisioned one way, but we got something for free that was very close. So we went with that instead. So it was about a lot of shifting and adapting to what's available. Because, and like, I'm not saying that we like made, we didn't get done what we wanted to get done, but if we saw something that got us to our end goal without us spending money, we sort of took that route.
Mm-hmm.
So there were, I'm thinking.
I'll also add, it was helpful that we were writing the show as well every now and then. We didn't make major changes because the actors learned the whole show in 2 weeks. So we couldn't make any major writing changes for their sake. We did, and we pushed them a little too hard there. I'll admit that one. But we were able to kind of, every now and then Bonnie would say, oh, I want to make the Wicked Witch have this kind of flavor. And I'd say, well, she's currently being written like this, and we have this other costume option. Is there a way that we can amalgamate your vision, my vision, and this other thing that we have over here? And we were able to really find a hybrid almost every time of something that we were happy with. There were things that I'll say I wanted in the show, but there was nothing in the show that I wasn't happy with seeing. I feel like we really accomplished all the images we wanted, even though next time they'll look more expensive.
Yeah, we definitely did it, knowing that we might want to pull this out again. We did it with the thought in the back of our heads, well, if I do this again, I definitely want that, but for now, it's okay. It's funny you brought up the Wicked Witch, because that's exactly who I was thinking of. I had a vision for a quilted patchwork sort of hoop skirt thing for Glenda, and we ended up finding the same shape in a beautiful floral, so we ended up like running with that. It was almost poppy-like, so it still fit the vision, but it wasn't what I had originally like drawn. So if we do it again, that's a place where I can do something I didn't get to do last time.
And I think Miranda, our lighting designer, would definitely like more lights, but
yeah,
it was part of the magic. Was partially that it was this space that we were transforming completely, and people really loved that it wasn't a normal theater experience. It was very you could leave. It was not hard to leave, but it was like you're stuck in it. You can't really get out of it unless you like take this one route out. So it was a full 360 experience that really engulfed you into it.
Yeah, I think the immersive part of it made it unique.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Yes.
Since we had the opportunity of you both uniquely having both worked in a show together as performers and technicians, can you speak about that process, because it is an unconventional challenge, and especially when you knew going into that there was going to be adjudication involved, like connecting the adjudication process into.
Okay. I can speak to that. So the show that we worked on together that was adjudicated was Daddy Longlegs. So that, again, a first show coming out of COVID. So we had to be creative with how we rehearsed. We had to be creative with how we performed, who was getting tested, who was sitting where in what part of the building, stuff like that. But it's interesting when you work as a performer and as a technician. To me, I almost get more nervous about presenting technical stuff that I've done because as a performer, you get to sort of carry those technical aspects. And if I'm giving the technical aspect to somebody else to carry out, it's a little more nerve-wracking for me. But it felt good in this case to sort of be able to do that. So Farley and I had many rehearsals because he did the lighting design for the show, where we would go through the whole show, all of the blocking, and like set these really particular like centimeter this way, the light cue doesn't work type of stuff. But because it was a small show and because we were both the technician and the performer, we were able to achieve that level of execution, I guess you could say.
We were able to get really nitpicky. We were within seconds a lot of times.
What was that? Sorry, I dropped over here.
We were able to get really nitpicky, and we were able to really time some things that otherwise you wouldn't be able to, I think, do with the time that we had.
Yeah, I agree. It helped that we were both unemployed at the time too. It was like go home, work on the lines, go to rehearsal, and then come home and like work on it. It was all consuming, but in the best way. So
yeah.
So when you read those critiques, were the adjudications, do you feel like they got all of that unconventional aspect to it?
I think they got it. I think what we were trying to do totally came across. I mean, the show is like both straightforward and also sort of immaterial at the same time. So you get to present the stuff you can see. That's easy. But when you see the adjudication and they see the things that might not be so easy to get, quote unquote, you know you did your job. Do you have anything to add to that, Farley?
No, you said that perfectly.
Well, thank you. Is there any other questions we can answer? Great, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We enjoyed sharing our show with you. It's nice to know people are interested still.
Yeah, if you have any other questions, let us know. Reach out. We'd love to talk about it.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna ramp back up with our last portion here. So the last topic we're gonna talk today is critique best practices, and our presenters will be, will be Greg Schaper. This is Greg's first year on the Long Range Judging Committee, but he's been a judge since 2018, which time he's adjudicated, I like how you put this in here, during which time he adjudicated 25 shows for ACT, and I want to say those were all in the last year, right?
Well, we did have COVID.
It just fell like that. So his theatrical debut was as the younger brother James in The Miracle Worker when he was a freshman in high school many, many years ago. Greg's theater is Drama Workshop in Cheviot, where he's been the executive vice president on the board of directors the past 5 years, multiple Orchid winner, and set design, set build, lobby display, special effects. He's seen over 1,300 live theatrical performances in the last 14 years, with more than 1,000 of those in the last 8. If you've gone to any show, you've probably seen Greg there. These have been performed by 405 production companies in 144 different performance spaces, 13 states, 3 countries, 3 continents. Greg goes to a lot of shows. So this interesting fact, I love this. Greg's grandfather, Charles Avery, was one of the original Keystone Cops and is credited on the IMDb as an actor in 153 films and a director in 59 more during Hollywood's silent era, working for both Mack Sennett of the Keystone Studios and Hal Roach of the Hal Roach Studios. This lineage and love for the arts inspired Greg to sponsor the Charles Avery Memorial Keystone Tech Scholarship for the set design, which is a $1,000 scholarship that's awarded here by ACT here in Cincinnati. His career as an airline pilot and manager, and he currently is a principal operations inspector for the FAA. So Greg does lots of stuff. And he donates lots of blood too, right? And joining Greg, help our moderate our dialogue, is Jacqlyn Schott. Like Greg, this is her first year on the Long Range Judging Committee. Although she's been adjudicating since 2018, a coincidental timeline not discovered prior to the writing of this bio. So since returning to theater in 2015, Jacqlyn has been involved in almost 30 productions, whether it be performing, directing, producing, etc., and has helped foster change as a board member. One of her most treasured credits is her first directing endeavor, which is Ordinary Days, which helped her grow in all theatrical aspects of her life. It was chosen for the state and was one of 12 shows chosen to showcase at the 2021 American Association of Community Theaters National Conference. Outside of theater, Jacqlyn is both a full-time learning specialist and pursuing a PhD to continue marrying her passion for the transformative power of theater with creating safer, braver spaces in higher education and beyond. With that, who is taking the mic first? Amanda's taking the mic.
No, I will man the computer so you can take one.
Alrighty.
They'll be able to see you right there.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all coming. So I know what you're all thinking right now. Oh my God, they gave him something that makes him even louder when he's up here. So if you know me, I'm a little on the loud side. The airline years of jet engines has taken a toll on my hearing. So I tend to be a little bit louder. So I apologize if it comes across that way.
You're a natural hollerer.
Pardon?
You're a natural hollerer.
Yeah. All right, so best critique practices. And today's presentation is designed to be a polite and mildly interactive discussion amongst this distinguished group of ACT adjudicators. It's not a definitive guide as to how critiques should be written, but more of a sharing of ideas and things we've all seen. Some may just be reminders. And one thing that I don't bring up anywhere in here is the actual critique writing style, because that is, a full spectrum. There are some folks that write these, they write beautifully, they write it like a conversation, and it's just outstanding. I have, because of my background, I have a tendency to be a little more technical in my writing. It's a little more clipped and maybe not quite so personal, and neither one is right and neither one is wrong. It's whatever you're comfortable with and whatever you can best use to get the points across that you're trying to make. We're all different. We come from very different backgrounds. We each view the world and the theater differently. And basically by that, there's for you that know me, I build sets and I design sets, but I haven't been on stage since Carter was president. And we have folks that are directors, we have folks that are actors. They see theater differently than the people that aren't up on stage. And you'll see that in some of the adjudicator critiques. Some people are very strong on the technical side of things and maybe a little weaker on the performance side. I believe we're fairly heavy on the director, producer, and actor folks that we have as adjudicator. I think I'm probably on the smaller percentage side that is just technical, that doesn't end up on stage. And you can see that sometimes in the writing. While we may not always agree with each other, our subjective opinions are not wrong. That's like saying what's better, vanilla or chocolate, whichever one you think. You can't be wrong in a technical aspect. There are things that quite obviously, that have certain factual elements to it, and if you are speaking against that, obviously you are wrong. But as far as what you like and what you don't like, including the productions themselves, that is entirely an individual choice. Raise a hand if you have something to say that you feel would add to the discussion or the topic at hand. The areas discussed here today are general ideas, and they are far from being all-inclusive. Of course, we're only here for 45 minutes or so no way I can get all of that in. Remember, the purpose of a critique is to share your knowledge and your experience to help those in the theatrical community present a more enjoyable, memorable, and entertaining experience for their patrons in the future. That really is what this is all about, why we do community theater. We do it because it makes us feel good and we're proud of what we do, but the real end product is how much somebody out there in the audience who pulled out their wallet, pulled out a credit card or cash. Thank you. You're welcome.
We're all inclusive.
Yes. And bought a ticket if what they saw was worth their time and their money, and if they will come back again. We should remember that some of you are extremely experienced, but we should remember that we have some relatively new adjudicators here too, and some of this may be new to them. It's like when you adjudicate, or if you were on the receiving end of the critiques. There are a lot of people that have been doing this for 20, 30, 40 years in our community. And so I've actually heard other judges say, well, it seems like this is kind of repetitive. I say the same thing over and over, and you go, yeah, but for that person over there, be it the 60-year-old that's coming back to community theater, or be it the 18-year-old, that's the first time they have heard it. So it's not for the person that's been doing this forever. It's really for the ones that are younger and they're not sure of if what they're doing is effective. How did it come across, and how did these experienced folks see it? Just like we all hope that our critiques will bring to light something that may enhance or inspire greatness in a future show, we hope that there may be something that someone hears today that helps to make their critique a more effective critique. We learn and we grow together. As always, remain courteous to your fellow participants, and please keep the fisticuffs to a minimum. So, here we go. Oh, but first, a little theater trivia. Who is credited with writing the first multi-person tragic Greek play?
A really old Greek.
Who?
A really old Greek.
Technically not wrong, but.
Well, that would be this follically challenged gentleman, Aeschylus. When was that play first performed? Any idea? I didn't see it, I will say that. Aeschylus' play, The Persians, was first performed in 472 BC. It's the oldest surviving of all the Greek plays. So, how long did it take for someone to feel the need to give their opinion on what they saw at the show and write a theatrical critique of that play? 2 weeks.
Ideally.
Well, knowing critics, it likely made the late scroll on opening night. And there's his comment. Okay. So if you don't read Greek, what it says up there is, I've never seen better. That was perfect. But might I suggest? I got that from behindthetogaAthens.com. In case you're curious where that source material is from. All right, we're all familiar with the Act Cincinnati website, at least I believe we all are. If you're not, there is the website address, actcincinnati.org. And go back one for a second. And I was going to say, we're also all familiar with the two gentlemen in the top photo. As a matter of fact, they teased us, telling us that they were going to do their song from that production earlier, but so far nothing. We should also be familiar with the Act Cincinnati Adjudication Program Information page. That is one of the tabs that we can get to. And you'll see this here, all the writing that's on there. And the next slide will, I should say, on that page you can find Act Cincinnati's well-thought-out mission statement regarding the judging program. And it says, in part, the Act Adjudication Program is central to ACT's core mission of connect, educate, recognize. The judging program, as it is commonly referred to, was created in order to encourage the continued growth and development of quality community theater through a process of positive feedback, constructive criticism, and peer recognition. The focus of the program is on education through constructive criticism. Through this program, ACT provides 3 adjudicators to attend each member group's production. Adjudicators are drawn from a pool of fellow community theater performers and technicians, as well as professors from local colleges and universities. After viewing the show, the adjudicators submit a written critique covering 23 production and performance areas. Although I read through, if you're doing the musical, it actually would be 28 different areas that we would be looking at. And there are 36 different possible orchid nomination categories. The second vice president reviews the 3 critiques and then forwards them to the member groups, who often chose to share the critiques with all of the cast and crew members of the production. I don't know of one that does not share. There may be, but I know that everybody out there, is always anxiously awaiting, eagerly awaiting to see the critiques. In addition to the critique, the adjudicators also nominate deserving performers and technicians for Orchid Awards. The Orchid Awards recognize outstanding performances and technical work within the production. And that's pretty much all I'm going to mention about Orchid Awards. That would be its own thing, and that is also part of the subjective opportunity that the judges have as far as what they thought what was outstanding to them. I will say, fortunately, on 95% of the shows that I've adjudicated, I am pretty well aligned with the other judges. It is a rare day where, I just absolutely love this, and then come to find out somebody else did it. I think I make the comment a little later on in here, though. You have to remember, excuse me, we probably saw different shows. And from my own experience, going and seeing an opening night show where they've had maybe 1 or 2 full shows during Tech Week, by the time you get to show number 10, they have now had 9 more opportunities to rehearse this, basically, as they did it on stage. I have seen shows that shrank by 10 minutes because of the pacing and the timing when they got to the last show versus the first one. Even at our theater, I am there. My ticket is we run 10 shows, and my ticket is for the first Saturday, so only the second show. I am always there on the last show because I help with set strike. So I have the opportunity to see at least 2 performances of the show. And I've seen ones that you walked out of there on the first Saturday and you went, yeah, that was good. And then by the time you get 8 or 9 days later, you walk out going, that really, really was a great show, because everybody is more rehearsed. They're more comfortable with each other. So we may not be, seeing the exact same thing. As a matter of fact, some things like Sunset, you can go to 2 different shows and they have 2 different casts. You're not even looking at the same people, which makes adjudicating those very difficult. Everyone tries to put their best effort into judging the shows they are assigned, but sometimes things happen in life that gets in the way. You have a newborn. So yeah, Amanda's smiling on that one. You get involved in a fender bender. Or you win $758,700,000 in the Powerball lottery, and if that happens, I am now your best friend. So I wish you all luck. If it's not me.
About that is in Kentucky and Ohio, you can do a blind trust, so you may never know.
How about if you create an anonymous scholarship or funding opportunity for Cincinnati?
Well, if I win it, you may not know the day that I go pick up the check, but believe me, at some point, you will find out that I have won that. No one expects us to be perfect, although I think some of you were pretty close to it, going by the reviews the critiques that I've seen you give. We make mistakes. We comment on the lack of accents in a show that specifically states no accents in the script. Yeah, if you go see Almost Maine, they're not going to sound like they're from Maine, because they're told not to sound like they are from Maine. We reference the wrong characters. Sometimes it's difficult, especially in a large show with no physical program, which is becoming more and more normal. I speak to that, I think, some point a little bit later on. Understandable why production companies are doing that. I do myself like having a physical program, and I appreciate places like Footlighters that have one available if you want one, yet they also do the digital copies down here. One nice thing about the digital copy is I can take a picture of that, and then while I'm sitting upstairs, I make a copy of each one of the pages. So I have a nice, pretty clean digital program that I can reference later on. If they don't have a digital program, I take a photo of all the pages of the program, just in case a week or 2 weeks or 3 months from now, when I get around to writing that critique, I still have something that I can reference.
Programs are also now submitted to the website. You are able to get them on the access to that site if you lose your program.
Yes, there are ones, and I was going to mention that also. If you see shows, I'm sure Mark would appreciate it if you can get him a program, because some of these are very short, duration performances, and the opportunities for getting those are very slim. So if you do grab one, or if you can grab 2 if you want to keep them like I do, and then get one to Mark, I'm sure that is greatly appreciated. We misspell cast or crew names. Ooh, that's a cardinal sin. Yeah. We fail to comment on something we miss, like we didn't realize that the flower vase and book of matches on the little table near the door we set our drink on was actually the lobby display. You laugh, I had one very close to that it looked like just a normal little table, and it had a little card with the show's name on it, but that was technically their lobby display. Can we mitigate some of these and improve the critiques? I think so. Like I said, I'm not here to tell everybody how to write techniques, but just a lot of what you're going to see are just things in general, and I think things that most, if not all of us, have seen at some point in time. Be on time. Some theaters have changed their show times due to COVID or other reasons. A theater's historical 8 p.m. curtain may now be 7:30. Youth productions often start at 2. Some matinees are at 2 p.m. and some are at 3. Get there early enough to have some time to look around. Again, from the TDW experience, we had one adjudicator that on 2 different occasions, when he was early, we were 5 minutes to curtain. And when he was late, he was walking in as the doors were closed. And that really is something we should avoid. You need to give yourself some time to look around and look at lobby displays to take some photos and so forth, so that you're a little better prepared for writing the critique later
You're
on.
right about pre-show if you don't observe pre-show.
If you don't have a photographic memory, you can take photos and or notes. If you take notes, don't sit in the front row.
Well, Betsy's in the front row and has a note her question hand.
I would say, and we've got people here from Loveland, we've got people here from TDW. I think you both do a good job of telling people about parking situations because you don't have a parking lot.
Yes.
And so with Loveland, I know, like, just plan to roll up 25 minutes early and find a good parking spot and then get your bacon in there. And then you guys, I park at the bank. It's my personal to them. But yeah, you guys do a good job of saying.
It's on our website. I believe it's on our website because yes, we are just on the street. The city of Cheviot has purchased the old Capitals. So that is now public parking. There is the bank, and then across from the bank, there is also a parking lot there. Although for a while it said no parking except for customers, yet that was actually public parking. The other nice, what's that?
That parking lot was actually part of the easement or situation when they bought the building and they reformed the building. And it was part of their agreement is that the parking lot should be used.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are parking meters. Fortunately, at about 6 o'clock and on Saturdays and Sundays, the parking meters are not in use. So for the most part, street parking right there is, but you're right. Some places are really easy to have great parking. Other places, it's a little more challenging.
Hey, Mark, I think this might be a good idea too. As a judging assistant, I use a template that spells out very specifically when's it expected arrival time, here's where you can park, here's where you can find the will call booth, things like that. And I think it might be a good idea if we have a standard template that we use. I include directions to the facility. But I think that would be helpful as an adjudicator. If I'm getting this if I'm adjudicating a group for the first time, to have, that information. So I try to include it on mine, but I don't know if that's always included.
Where the restrooms are is also a good one too.
Yeah, I mean, or, if you're gonna need
accessibility
seating, if you're gonna need a device, it might be a good idea for judging assistants to have a pretty standard one that's across the board for all groups. I mean, I only handle 2 groups, so I'm only sharing information about those 2 facilities,
Yeah, but I agree with that. And I know, I think I had taken your example when I then and used that. Just it covered the really important things. I was like, make sure.
And you can include, and I think there's some people who do attachments and things like that, but I think it's a good idea because you mentioned that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I received a lot of good information before I just judged a show at Soul Opera House that the Noble was doing, and they sent I received a lot of information about the facility, about parking, which directions, et cetera, et cetera.
And that could also be where any information from the director or group can also be included. So if there's something that the director or the producer wants to convey to the judges prior to their arrival at performance, that could also be built in. Because I've had a few times where a group has said, hey, please tell them that we have an actor that's stepping in for so-and-so. I'll include that.
I probably take that, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, I probably take that for granted, the number of shows that I've seen, how many places I've been to.
Yeah.
It would be a rarity I mean, I didn't see the show at Benton Farm, but I know where Benton Farm is.
Right.
You know, so for some of us that have been around for a while, that's something we don't think about. Just like I said, for other new people that, you know, have never been there, or I think that Jim was saying that he went to Sword for the first time.
Yeah.
You know, I've been there half a dozen times.
You know, new groups coming in, facilities changing, new facilities being purchased, you know, lots getting destroyed and redone. I mean, I think it's a really good thing for our judging systems to be on that information.
Yeah.
And that's part of the being prepared, and you would feel stupid showing up to Theater 42 to see the new Mason show, and then finding out that they were at a church, you know, 8 or 10 miles
I'm
away.
a cornfield looking at Theater 42 that's no longer there.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat redundant, I was just gonna mention that groups, leaders that might be in this room or watching online, you can send that information to judging assistants and ask them to send it to the responders in advance. We had major construction near Lockwood High School, so for about a year and a half, we were sending a whole year advance. You really should say.
Very much appreciated.
Oh, just in terms of, for preparing yourself, I recently started doing something that's been very handy, in that I make myself it's a single page, and it's just like it's boxes. And I have a box for lighting, and I have a box for sound, and I have a box for, and because I had been trying to scribble notes into the program, and there's sometimes not enough room and that sort of thing, but they're boxes, I'm getting very used to where it is. I don't even have to look. I just know sound is up in this corner, and something strikes me, and I can just jot it down. And then on the flip side, I put all the characters, so that I can make sure that I have made a conscious effort. I can say something constructive about each character. Some of the smaller characters, you know, like if they're only on stage once, and it doesn't occur to me, oh crap, I don't remember I didn't pay enough attention to that one guy, and now I have nothing to say about them when it comes time to write. It's very, and you can find other programs all over the place to get them in order of appearance, which I highly recommend. To have the characters in order of appearance there.
I take notes. I take voluminous notes.
Oh, yeah.
I've also gotten very good, since, you know, you want to be out there, because like I said, you're very visible to the people on stage, especially, you know, having 200 people staring at them and one person going like this. So I've gotten actually very good at writing on this while still watching the stage. I write without looking down and take plenty of space so that I can still read it later on. Some people, though, they walk in, and I'm just so impressed with this. They walk in, they sit down, they watch the show, they leave, and then they write the most detailed reviews with some of the most minor things, and you go, oh my God, how did you remember that? Recently, as a matter of fact, Fred and I were out at the show one night. It was pretty obvious I was judging, because I had my notebook, and Fred had pants on and so forth. That was an accomplishment. Well, he was judging. So, you know, but I mean, some people are just really good at, I don't happen to be so I'm probably a little more obvious. And the production companies know you're coming. They know they have a judge that night. They know who you are. You know, it's supposed to be kind of a kept secret, but that just doesn't happen, you know, on that.
One other thing, when you're taking notes, realize that almost everybody around you was paid for their ticket.
Yes.
And you are not, or you should not be a distraction to their enjoyment of the show.
That's why I get my +1 to sit on the side that I'm writing on. So then that way I'll bother you, because we're seeing this for free.
Yeah, and even when I turn a page, I don't just flip the page. It goes like this, so that there's no rustling, because they paid to see this. And we've all been at a show, maybe not where we were adjudicating, but I had spent $140 a ticket for my daughter and I to see Wicked. I ended up with a guy up front and had the phone out. I told him that, and this, we were up on the balcony, and I told him that if he picked that up again, I said, I'm going to let the ushers know about you, but if you pick it up again, I'm going to push you off so you'll be seated in the orchestra. by the time we're midway through the second act.
Another fun little note-taking tip is taking notes either on a Post-it notepad or one of those little notebooks, because then you can like write a note or two per page and like very quickly turn it and hide it if you need to. I know I try to be discreet in that way, and I find this helpful.
And I'll give my secret away to Greg. Greg obviously did not look at me as soon as the lights came up at intermission, where I scroll a ton of notes where I want to see what the
Mm-hmm.
And there are some folks that will use, I've seen some judges walk over and pick up the second program and they make notes in the program. And they put down enough as a reminder because they already have who did the lighting, who, what characters, and the actors on stage are the hardest ones to do because of sometimes how many they are. You do one and there's, 5 girls that are friends of the lead character, Bye Bye Birdie. And they all have names, and maybe somebody says it to them once, but you go, I don't remember what they looked like or who they were. And now in the age of, I don't have a program, and even if I do, how many times have you guys walked in and looked at a lobby display and went, oh my God, that's not the same person that is up on stage. Between wigs and makeup and costumes, they look nothing like what you saw up there, and you can't identify them by going through the program. Take as many photos as you think you might need. It might be a few days or weeks before you write your critique, and this will help refresh your memory. The lobby, the set, the costumed actors at curtain call may help recall details again. Try to be a little discreet. Don't stand up and take photos in the middle of the play.
Make sure your flash is off.
And even with that, there are some theaters that have no problem with you taking a photo during the production. I've even heard it in the announcements. Generally, that will be because there are 70 children out there and you are doing one of the youth plays. They all realize mom and dad and grandma and grandpa and aunts and uncles are all going to be taking pictures. And the only thing with that is no flash and no video, because the video violates the copyright laws. Whereas you can take a picture of your kid up there as a tree in the Wizard of Oz, and that's okay. Especially now that it's programless at some of the theaters. I've also heard that. Feel free to, use your phone to access the program during the performance, but be kind and keep the level of the device down so it's not disturbing to others. Kind of one of the things we have to live with. This was brought up earlier. Read a show synopsis if need be to let you concentrate on more areas. Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. My degree is in chemical engineering, and then I went and got an airline transport pilot certificate. Nowhere in there did I ever have 1 hour of instruction that was about Shakespeare and his 27 plays, I believe. So if I don't read a synopsis beforehand, I have no idea what is going on. If I'm trying to just watch things, I won't be able to stitch this all together because I don't know. It's very difficult for me to listen to it and try to turn that into a story. I always do this, so even if I miss a little something, I still understand what is going on in the show.
One fun trick that I always do for Shakespeare when I'm going to go see it, even just to see it as an audience member, is I will find something, a recording or something on YouTube, and watch and listen to it for maybe half an hour or an hour before I go. And it just switches my Shakespeare brain on.
Yeah, watch out for the copyright law.
Yeah, and they say with Shakespeare that if you took the typical Londoner today, put them back into Old England, it would almost be like a foreign language. They would have a difficult time understanding what people were saying. It has changed so much. Every once in a while you see a theater that kind of cleans it up to more modern language, and it makes it a little easier for audiences to understand, but most of them will stick with the traditional play. Familiarize yourself with the production company. Like I said, that information is available on the ACT website. Is it their theater, or do they rent the space for individual shows? What lighting and sound equipment is available? Do they have to rent body mics? Do they have to move sets or set pieces between shows? There are some places, Bell Tower is one of those, that there have been instances where, oh, Saturday night we had a show, we have a matinee on Sunday. Oh yeah, but there's a church that still rents property, a religious group that still rents property there, and they actually had to put things away so that on Sunday morning they could hold their service. Then they came back in and had to move everything back. That makes a big difference to what you're going to see or body mics. If you happen to be adjudicating a show where they have 20 body mics, everybody can have a mic. But if you're at some place where they go, you know, those are $80 a piece for us to rent. Okay, the 4 leads, 4 of the supporting characters will have it, and everybody else will be unmiked because we can't afford another $1,000 to put it on the remaining dozen people in the show. So that's something to keep in mind when you're looking at things. This could all affect the show that you will see. Like I said, it's on the ACT website. There's the member group page.
Member group.
No, you were right. I was set build and or load in. Can they start set build immediately after strike? TDW, Merrimont, Footlighters. It's their own place. As soon as that is down, they can start as soon as they'd like to. You know, some of us have the luxury when we're building that we have 5 or 6 or 7 weeks in between a show. Do they have a limited time to build on site? Beachmont. They have to design and put that together off-site and then bring it in. They have a very short period of time to put that up on stage, and they have put up some sets that as a set builder, I just looked at and I went, oh my God, that is astounding that they were able to do it. So there's a big appreciation for those that are not in their own space because they have a limited time to build. And, oh, I'm sorry, you can't drive a screw into the floor. You can't drive anything into a wall. If anybody went out to Milford, that was an old firehouse. It had sloping floors to the drains that were there. So when somebody built a set there, they had to accommodate for that, and they were concrete floors. You can't drive anything into the floor. So those are little minor things, but they're things that really give you an appreciation when you see something that's done really well. Are they limited in physical space, like Village Players? You're not going to see Les Mis with 80 people and flags going in the background at Village. Phenomenal, some of the shows they put on and some of the sets of Dragons and Dwarves. They had this tree that was stunning. It was Broadway level as far as what they were able to do and how they utilized that space. Do they have professionals that build as part of the theater rental like Fairfield Footlighters? And that is a different discussion. Okay, the point here is that the theater group may have limitations or unique situations that you should be aware of during the show. Some of the most creative productions are born from limited resources. The critique, we're all familiar with that document. Evaluate the show as it is presented to you, not the show that you think they should have done. Don't compare it to the one that you were in while in college, or one that you have previously seen, or one that could probably only be put on at Procter & Gamble Hall down at the Aerodrome. This is something that does come back from folks I talk to. I talk to, obviously, a lot of folks post show, and when some of this comes up, that's one of the big things that they talk about. It's not our place as judges to tell them how they should have done it. It's our place to tell them, with our experience and our evaluation, how it came across to us. They can't be wrong putting it on like they did. You know, if you have a show like The Fantastics and you were brought up on, oh my God, it's black box and it's nothing but the actors and I love it, and then you go someplace and there are 2 houses side by side with the fence running down, you know, the middle of it, that's how they chose to do it, and you have to adjudicate that. Telling them that, well, that's not really how it was designed to be, would be totally inappropriate. And now all these things, some of these negative things that I'm saying, that it is not directly pointed at anybody. And probably by the time it's done, most of us will go, yeah, I've done that, or this is something I see in, my critiques, because I sure do. Even though I wrote this today, I go, yeah, that's part of me. Try to avoid phrases such as, you should have, it would have been much better if, or this sucked. That was the thing I mentioned earlier when you said you made that comment. It's better that if you emphasize the fact that the comments you are making are your suggestions as seen through your eyes with your experience. Remember, it's constructive criticism. Verbiage such as, this didn't quite work for me. I think this may have been more effective if, or next time you might want to consider, are generally well received.
I tend to try to do compliment, critique, compliment, like do like a nice little sandwich if some people, especially for the shows that we may have to get a little creative on our own and make some magic with some unconventional challenges in writing the critique. Compliment, critique, compliment. I keep that in my mind, even if it's a shorter sentence, it just helps keep it.
That is mentioned here shortly, and I have an example of it. And, anybody who's ever taught, we have some in here that were, high school teachers and taught on that level. I've taught skydiving and flying and air carrier stuff for 40 years, and that is the technique everybody uses. Say something great, and then you put whatever it is that you want to emphasize you think could be improved, and then at the very end, you finish it off with something that's complimentary. And no matter how bad the show is, there is always something that you can find to compliment. And the idea behind this isn't to go, oh, every little thing that I found. I have had some shows where I just looked at my notes and I went, oh my God, the comments I could make that are not positive are overwhelming. And I'm not going to hammer somebody with 10 different things. I'm going to find one or two things that are probably at the top of that list. And that is what I will tell them. The other ones I'm going to let slide. We do this because we love theater. Nobody is paid on Broadway. Oh, you walk up and say, this is how you will do it. And if you don't, there's 100 people standing outside that door that will for $2,200 a week. We don't do that. This has to be fun. It has to be enjoyable. People have to walk away feeling good about what they just did and the weeks of and the hours involved in this and the money that they have spent driving and buying costumes and donating props and so forth. You have to remember that the idea of this is it's fun. My building partner and I, Kent Smith, that's what we said. We will do this as long as it's fun. When it stops being fun, I'm going to go find something else out there that I enjoy if I don't like this.
If you also find that it would maybe still be constructive to give it, I've recently tried truncating my notes and my critiques and putting in parentheses, this may be applicable to, and then I'll bold in all caps, like another area of design or like a technical, like see this section too. So then that way, like people can be like, oh, in bold and go through and read it that way. I find that sometimes helps keep on track with your tone and consolidate what you're writing.
They know what they did. They are looking to see how they did it. And I will say sometimes I am guilty of that. I always put in the how part, but there are times that I give a description of what it was that I saw. Sometimes it's to just praise it, how great it was. Sometimes it's just me being me. So they would like to know what you thought of what they did and try to describe how effective what they did was in bringing that show to the audience. What worked and what didn't work for you. I have seen some shows that were most enjoyable, most fun things, but technically they were minimal. But the audience loved it, and that really is what, as I said earlier, that's really the audience that they're playing to. That's what makes them successful. If you can fill 1,000 seats and you have 900 seasoned subscribers because they love what you do and the style you do it in, that is success. If you put on the greatest show in the world and out of those 1,000 seats you can only fill 100 of them, well, no matter how good technically that is, that really didn't do what a theater company is trying to do. So what worked and what didn't work? Be honest, if the performance you saw was just the most fantastic performance you've ever seen on stage, then say it. This is an actual one. Wow, completely over the top, and I loved every bit of it. You have an attitude and aren't afraid to show it. Your frustration with the other jurors as the vote tally keeps tipping the opposite way was evident. Your final monologue was flat out gut-wrenching. Probably the best I have ever seen that done. Great use of physical movement through the entire production. Best part, you were completely believable from beginning to end. Bravo. Wow. What a great comment in this critique. Was that useful to the actor? You bet. Was there constructive criticism in there? No, not as we traditionally think of it, but the comments certainly validated the path the actor chose in portraying that character. So my thanks to the author on this. That was just absolutely wonderful. And I will say one of the top level critique writers when I read it.
So you voted? So you voted?
What's that?
So you wrote the comment?
I didn't write it. No, no, I didn't include any of mine. So I didn't want 10 more slides. So. If the performance you saw had areas that didn't work for you, took you out of the moment, or was something you feel is worth addressing, say that too. And interestingly enough, this is exactly the thing of say something good, make your comment for improvement and say something good. And you can't ask for a more earthy and organic comment. The highlights of the stage combat in this show were definitely the slowest most section and the reaction to getting kicked in the balls. A sentence I thought I'd never write in a critique. Definitely thought the content of the combat had natural flow and basis in actual fighting moves. However, mayhaps more time could have been spent in solidifying execution to tighten up the impact, as in most instances where someone had to react to being struck, it was difficult to suspend our disbelief, as it was too obvious they weren't actually hitting each other. Though this absolutely could be a case of execution versus the fight choreography. Overall, it was apparent the fight choreographer had a true sense of physicality in the music, which made for solid tussles. Okay, something nice? That kind of took us out because, they were this far away when they threw the punch, and that made it unbelievable. And it might not even have been the fight choreographer. It may have been the actors doing it. And then at the end it says, really, hey, overall it was pretty good. Very well stated and organically written. Start with something positive, discuss what you think could use improvement, and try to finish with something positive. And that is certainly an honest and down-to-earth description. My thanks to the author. What performers should be individually critiqued? Well, that depends. A show with 6 actors should certainly include everyone. If it's just a brief mention for a minor walk-on character, you're probably going to be able to jot a little something because you're not overwhelmed. I'm never assigned those shows. I am assigned a fast-paced musical with 70 actors who all sing and dance, and that is more challenging. Address the lead characters and as many of the strong supporting characters as you can. Do your best. Those that aren't individually critiqued should understand. I know you get somebody that goes, oh, I saw the rehearsals, and gee, I helped sing in 4 songs, and you were one of 15 people on stage at the time, and I really couldn't even tell you whether you were Mary or whether you were Elisa or who you were. And we're not expected to have to do that. It's part of the adjudicating process. The ensemble and minor characters are often critiqued as a group. If there is someone that was outstanding or notable, sure, recognize them individually. We've all had it that somebody did, some kind of acrobatics or had something else, or for the 8 lines that they had, the audience just loved it. I did Legally Blonde Jr. Last weekend, and the gentleman that plays the UPS package guy, oh my God, with his swagger when he walked out, he's only on for about 3 scenes. He maybe has a dozen lines. But when he came out the 3rd time, the audience applauded him before he said or did anything. Just absolutely loved, and he probably would have gotten voted as my favorite actor on his stage. So sure, if somebody minor does something, feel free to make note of it.
Right.
One notable item is that identifying individuals is more difficult if the hard copy program is not provided. Not everyone looks like their photo, even if they do. If a program's not available, you can always ask if accessing the online program during the show is allowed.
Mike had.
One thing, while you're not addressing the nominations per se, one thing to keep in mind is that quite often a minor character is doing a really great job, and they rarely get recognized with a nomination because it's a minor character. And that's, in the years I've been adjudicating, I haven't done it in a while, but that's something to keep in mind when you're doing that.
Well, that's part of the freedom of being a judge.
Yeah.
There are some people who go, oh, he only had 10 lines. There's no way he gets an Orca. And other people will go, oh my God, what he added to the show.
Yeah.
He was outstanding by the way he played it, and would say, I think that actor deserves a nomination.
But it's rare that it happens.
Yeah, but it happens. It happens. Matter of fact, the first show when I went with Arlene, when I was, the show that I did that I adjudicated with her when I was starting this, there was a young lady, probably about 19 or 20 years old, that was in the ensemble. And it was one, when it was all said and done, both of us just went, wow. She was outstanding. Just the handful of lines she had, what she did during the show. So it's certainly possible.
I think that's also a good opportunity to, since it's a little unpredictable as to whether your other fellow adjudicators will nominate that person. I know, at least in my experience, I try to write down like a quote unquote smaller detail for as many of the actors on stage as I can, to make sure that it's like, even if you might not receive this piece of paper, I want you to know I noticed this exact movement, or like the way that you caught this character's eye. That was an absolutely brilliant beat of like, so like making like little things like that, or little notices, both in your critique, helps reinforce that person to continue performing and putting in that level of detail, regardless of what.
Now, my real common comment that I make on the ensemble is that they were all engaged in what was happening on stage. It's very easy for people to tune out. Oh, I don't have a line for another 4 minutes. And they go like this. Meanwhile, their mom and dad and uncle are cursing at each other and fighting down here. And you go, in real life, you'd be interested. You might even say something to your brother or your sister standing here. And when people start doing this, and then, because they're back on again, it really takes you out of the show. So I think to me, that's an important point to pass along to the ensemble, is remember, no matter where you are and what is happening, somebody is always looking at you. They see you. So you have to be, because you are what creates this atmosphere that sells the show. Should the template's description of the areas being judged be included in the critique? Individual preference. There are positives and negatives for both. One of the positives is that the people being adjudicated will see what it is that we are looking for, and what would be commented on. And of course, the negative is the people that we are adjudicating can see that, and they know what it is that we're supposedly.
Fred?
For the group's benefit, what we usually do is try to send one that does include, because somebody may have never seen them before.
Yeah.
And they may not grasp what the reviewer responder is looking at, and having that as a guide, oh, this is what they're writing about, and this is what they're looking for.
That is great common knowledge.
I think that's great. If ACT looks at it and says, oh my God, I got 3 adjudicators that all edit out that. Great, send one of the regular forms along with it. Because for a lot of people, that's very disruptive in the flow of reading that. It turns it from a critique into a technical manual. And I've had people go, I don't know why you guys, why some of you folks do that. We're not judging that. I just want to know, what was your impression? I don't need to know all the things that you're supposed to look at. And they find it kind of.
Well, I think it's great knowledge, because if we know that it's always sent out, then that means we all can streamline our critiques by editing it out in the end, knowing that a blank copy with all of the descriptions will be distributed to the groups. So that
And I cut those out because that way mine will turn out to be about the same number of pages as the average person who leaves all the comments in. So the critique needs to be helpful. That just didn't work for me as a minimal value without some description of what didn't work. Neither is, I always wanted to be able to dance like that. Yes, that was the entire paragraph on a critique. You must be unbiased. Don't let issues with an individual or with a particular play or show's contents influence your critique. In the same vein, be honest with your friends. You are doing a disservice to them if you give them unwarranted praise.
Oh, something else. Realize years ago, it was stated that don't go to a show if you know people in it. If you're around long enough, you're going to know pretty much everybody. At one convention, I would say I knew 85 to 90% of the people there. So
as many shows that I see, it's every once in a while I will read one and I'll go, I don't know anybody in this.
But the point is that thing about being unbiased and being honest. You owe them your honesty. That is all you owe them. Is to be honest in how you see the show and how you deal with it. If you are dishonest, it doesn't matter what you say, they will never, ever believe you.
Yeah, I recently was in that situation of one of my best friends was on a higher up position for a show that I adjudicated. And when they found out that I adjudicated the show, I was like, everything in there is my honest opinion. So, and I phrased it exactly as I would tell it to you as well. Complete honesty. So that's a really great.
And although I wasn't going to say the O word again, this also applies to orchids. You look at it and you go, oh God, all three of us thought this was just absolutely fantastic. It was great. And then later on, when you get a chance to compare, you go, oh, one or two of them didn't. And then you find out later on they had some issue, et cetera, et cetera. If your opinion is they were fantastic, no matter what our background is, if they deserve an orchid, it should be nominated for an orchid. Whether they're the most, somebody who hates you the most in the world, but oh my God, I did just such a great job. It's an orchid. How much should I write? Write enough to say what you need to say. There's another real life one. XXX's costume design was appropriately modern and matched the tone and story of the show. All costumes seemed to fit the characters and the actors that wore them. I especially like Jake's janitorial uniform and the cheerleading outfit worn by Chelsea, which clearly distinguished their characters. Well done. It's perfect. Conveys the adjudicator's thoughts concisely, and my thanks to that author. Do make note in every section of the critique, even if it doesn't apply. Don't leave it blank. This lets the reviewers and the theater group know that it wasn't simply overlooked. And if you do ever overlook one, likely you will have it sent back to you with a comment that says, would you please comment? Oh, there was no stage comment. Great. I saw no special effects or even not applicable is fine. Just so that they know it wasn't something that you skipped. I think a lot of us probably do certain sections and then we go back. It's not done as a complete flow. So, hey, you might have missed one in there. And that's what they will verify.
If something I have to say overlaps, like sound design and sound execution, though I know that they're distinct, if I want it to not seem like one line, I'll sound design and execution, I'll have them together and still speak about them distinctly, but if they have a relational aspect to them, I'll put them together there as well to reduce the amount of one or two liners.
Yeah, and there's obviously overlap. The choreography
Absolutely.
is one that choreography, execution, and choreography itself, and that's the part you go, I'm not quite sure whether I'm looking at something that was the choreographer or whether the choreographer had to minimize this a little bit because of the talent they had. Not everybody's a dancer. And if you have 70 people on stage, not everybody has to dance. That's another part of that too. Give as much attention to the last category as you do to the first. 6 long paragraphs describing the house and 1 short paragraph regarding the director is probably not adequately reflecting what you saw Don't change categories because you're tired or you are late getting it submitted. And I think that's probably not an uncommon thing. People start out, oh, God, I love this. And, all right, I've been working on this for 8 hours now, and I'll finish this tomorrow, and oh, I got to get this in, and all of a sudden, they're getting shorter and shorter and shorter as they go for reasons that have nothing to do with, that is all they needed to say, but more of, oh my God, I've got to get this in, or I'm going on vacation, and this has to get done. So make sure you give everybody, a fair shake. And to be honest, probably the director would be worthy of more attention than the House in most cases. Most of the places, because the House has a tendency, like for us at TDW, Elaine, and a couple of folks, Karen, they are the ones that do the show over and over and over again. The comment they got last time is what they got the time before that, but we rotate through directors. So make sure the director gets just as much of your time and attention as anybody else. The theaters do respond. I believe they used to send these response forms to the adjudicators, and that they never did. I believe.
Period, yes.
Yeah, there was a period that they did.
I'll let Mark speak to it because Mark controls the current policy individual. But
So they send it back to me. We have had requests now that some responders want to see. We're getting back from those. I will say, in the ones I've gotten back this year, we've probably had more verbatim comments than I've seen in a while. It used to just come back and it was like, good. With no comments at all. This year, I'm seeing more variety, and some people are saying this is great, some people are saying this is poor, and if they say poor, here's why they're saying it's poor. So we're getting a little bit more detailed feedback from the theaters, which is great.
Yeah, and to be honest, for me, I could look at that two ways. One saying, oh God, the judges have a right to know, blah, blah, blah. And there's the other side that says, but coming back to, the head of the judging, oh, that might be more an indicator of, are there things we need to work on? Are there things we need to point out to people? The thing of, hey, don't just tell us what we did, tell us how we did, because that's what we're looking for. And so there's two different views, I guess you could look on that. And I think it would be interesting that the people, the 40 or 45 judges or whatever we have right now, the same people that will stand there and write a critique, many of them would go, well, I'm not like that. That's not me. They would have trouble being critiqued themselves.
so now Mark has given a current policy, I'll address history. Initially, these did go back to the adjudicators directly. Couple of problems that occurred in that some response forms came back that were longer than the actual written critiques. The directors wanting to take their pound of flesh out of few challenges they may have had with what an adjudicator wrote. Other things come back where it may say something poor, where the responder's doing what we want the responder to do, right, but the group didn't particularly like that. So it became a process prior to me being second VP of getting them and evaluating them when they come back out of bounds on mine. A lot of responders would ask me while I was the second VP, hey, can I see mine? And I'd say, you really do good. They're all just coming back saying, they did good, thanks for seeing the shot. And they really were. But when we hit the out of bounds, we look and we say, is this an issue where an individual responder is having an issue with the way they're doing it, or is it an issue with the way we are orchestrating the program? And we would do that through the long-range judging committee and react appropriately on an individual case by case, or on a global, hey, the way we need to address this as a team is different. So that's a little bit of history for everybody on why they are where they are now. And I'll be frank, the number of responders has shrunk over the years. And if somebody's going to get one back where a theater decides they're going to take their pound of flesh out of them, they're going to say, why am I volunteering to do this and talk to them? And so that's why we've been historically very selective in how those are shared and what happens.
Well, and I think the other thing too, that there are some individuals out there, and I'm sure it's more prevalent in some groups than the others, they run down and they go, oh, they really like me, and they read that 3 times and they go, I need to go buy a frame for my next orchid. And if something negative comes up, then the thought is, well, I worked really hard on that. I'm not going to get an award for this. I think there are some people that utilize this and they're really not so concerned with what the judge saw as much as, did you nominate me? And there are people out there that say, I hate the orchids. I hate the fact that people do stuff, you know, going, oh God, I hope I get an orchid, and then are upset if they don't. And there's others that go, it's nice to be recognized by my peers, that other people appreciated what I did. When you look at the, actually, when we go to the dinner, the awards dinner, you look at some of the categories, and you go, oh, there were, 74 possible nominations. This year we had 2. There's some that are really low numbers, and you go, man, the ones that did that really did something outstanding. So, the good. These are actual comments that came back. Positives, thank you for your thoughtful comments and balanced compliments with ways to improve our performances. We hope that you enjoyed the show. Great, that's exactly, and if that's the comment you get back, you have done your job. Thank you for your very positive and well thought out review. I love that you saw the production on Broadway and still had so many positive things to say about a young performer's version of the show. One note, the sound effects were actually not done by the sound designer, but by our Foley artist, Josiah Taylor, and who was on the set up in the tower. Want to make sure he gets credit. I also very much appreciate your comments regarding projections. It was my suggestion, but the director spent hours finding appropriate enough projections that were free of charge. Thank you for noticing all the little things. This judge is one of the most detail-oriented people I know. Sometimes he tends to focus on minute details, but he acknowledges as much. Being a technical theater person, he can spot things the average theater goer would not. And that, when you look at some of the minor stuff, there are people out there that really appreciate the fact that you saw that you did something, and even if the other 99 people in the theater didn't see it, they knew somebody saw that and recognized it. It was wonderful to see positive feedback and also include areas for growth. Done very respectfully and in the spirit of continual improvement. Thanks for coming to see our show. Great. Wonderful to see those comments come back. And then, the not so good. My only critique would be that we don't need so much of a description of what was done, e.g. lobby display, set design. Since we know what we did, we would just like your review of it. I think that's been brought up 2 or 3 times. I understand that we hear that one a lot. Wow. Starting out the critique with less than ideal performing space, uncomfortable seats, etc. is a pretty perfect example of how not to create rapport. Which is strange, as the rest of the critique was all good things. Knowledgeable and responsive, balanced and constructive. And I think this goes back to the thing of, you can be the greatest guy in the entire world, and you say one thing, one time, sometime in your life, and that's all anybody remembers you for. If they start that out with that, you've already turned this into a negative experience for whoever you are putting in. They go, less than ideal performance space. Yeah, but that's the one, that's the space they chose to put that show on. So you have to accept it for what it is. This might be, works better at the Aronoff type. The judge's comment about the online program being unwise, cost-cutting, etc. I would like to suggest that adjudicators be cautious when making a statement like that. Our theater, as well as almost every theater in the country, lost a considerable amount of money during the pandemic. That's one of the realities of what we went through for a couple of years. We gave a good in the area of clear specific only because we found some spelling and grammatical errors, including the title of the show. Oops. Thank you for your comments. It would be appreciated if you could add more detail in discussing the technical elements of the show. Like I said earlier, there are people that, we have that adjudicate that are pretty much actors. And they don't have a lot of knowledge in that area, and hopefully as time goes on, they'll educate themselves a little more and so forth. Okay, and the 3 most important things when writing the critique are, number 1, do not misspell an actor's or director's name. Number 2, do not misspell an actor's or director's name. Anybody want to guess at number 3?
Turning into it.
Young man in the cap.
Well, I'm going to say this. often in the program, it's misspelled.
Oh, that's their problem at that point, not ours. Number 3, do not misspell an actor's or director's name. When I first started doing this, I think in the first 3 that I did, there was at least one that was misspelled. My brain read it, my brain put down onto the nomination form. I didn't spell Jacqlyn like you do. I spelled it Jacqlyn.
Story of my life.
I have a friend of mine whose name is Michael, Micheal.
Yep.
It's rare, but your brain does that. So
does the computer.
Check, double check, triple check, and check everyone's name one more time before submitting the critique. Also very important on the Orchid Awards, too. This goes out to the individuals, and I think anybody, when somebody calls you by a wrong name or misspells it, can't remember who you are, it's a little disheartening. And the Orchids, likely 2 out of 3 didn't misspell it. So they have something to compare it to, but I've had those also that have come back and said, great, we corrected this, be careful. That was early on. Now I do this, and it amazes me. Sometimes it's the 3rd time I check it, and I go, how many times did I look at that? And I still misspelled it, and now I have it right.
I do believe there's a fail-safe, though, for doesn't our wonderful second VP tend to check over the Orchid noms to make sure?
You have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a fail-safe, but.
All right, this is what I hear. The critique should be submitted within 14 days of the day you saw the show. And there are some people that go see a show and in 2 days or 3 days, they're in. And I'm
superpower.
Oh my God, this is all you've done for the last 3 days.
I love those people.
And there are other people that you will tolerate because they're a workhorse and they'll go out and do as many shows as you want. And I'm always on the upper edge, if not a little over. So
I think the 14 days is like the equivalent of perfect attendance.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that theoretically it's the day you saw the show. So if you see it on opening night, by the time those 14 days are done, theoretically the show's still going on and you should have that in. I will say, for those of us that have jobs and have other things that we do, I have a tendency to try to do it a little earlier. That way, if I am a little late, we have not missed the next one. ACT's goal is to get the critiques to the theater within 30 days of the show's closing. Is that a correct statement?
It's stated in the Bible.
Yeah, so, although we've had some that have gone over, and you'd cringe if you heard how late some of these are. I know for us at TDW, we had one that we were almost 4 months because somebody couldn't get the critique in. But I will have a tendency to try to be earlier in the run. That way, if I'm a week late, I'm still within the 30 days of the show's closing. So that me missing the date is between, Mark and I. But the 30 days is between ACT and the theater.
Marymount's Grease had everyone attend the first weekend, so they received their critiques the day after the show closed.
Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive. I eagerly await to see what I saw to what the other judges saw. Do we agree? Are we diametrically opposed? Most of the time, as I said earlier, I'm pretty close to what the others saw. It's rare that I have a show and I go, wow, I just absolutely loved it, and they get it. But as I said earlier, remember, you probably saw the show on a different night, different weekends, and occasionally even with a different cast.
I directed a show which all 3 judges came on the same day, same night, 3 completely different shows that they saw. It happens. It happens.
It happens, but the likelihood that we would have people that would be so far apart probably is more on the rare side versus, that night, this was now the second weekend, and the lead had a cold on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, and now their voice wasn't quite so great, or that sort of thing.
Or maybe if some technical change occurred on the second or third weekend.
Yeah, I went to one that they put on the first night, and they got so much poor feedback about the person doing the lead, they switched characters so that on the second night, one of the other leads, Mark and I saw that one, the other lead, or the secondary character became the lead, and he carried a book with him all night. Luckily, it was appropriate for the character, but there were songs and everything was a musical, and so pretty impressive on that. I pointed that out. I see you're not the one that was in the program. Apparently, they made the swap. Remember, okay, there are judges whom I respect very much and who I am in awe of for their knowledge, their insight, and their outstanding ability to effectively communicate and pass on their theatrical wisdom in writing. When the stars align and it seems we saw things the same way, I am in heaven, and I will point to this gal over here, our tech operator in the long coat, as being one that I read your critiques, and I'm in awe. And not just because of the great writing style and how detailed it is, but it is detailed in everything. It's not, oh my God, they did a great job talking about costumes and props, because that's what they do. I mean, producer, so you run more of the gamut. But when I have one that I go, oh my God, we saw exactly the same thing, it really makes me feel good, because that's one way I have to compare what I'm seeing and how I'm doing to somebody that I really respect. Mark's is another, and I'm just not saying that because I'm sucking up to the ad judge right now. Okay. All right, at this point, for a few moments, I'm going to pass this off to Jacqlyn.
Woohoo. Pretty much for the rest of our time here today, we really just wanted to increase the dialogue about this discussion, because we want to share experiences with each other and really get your feedback about like, the structure of the critique itself, any training that you received prior to writing your first official critique. So like what worked well, what didn't work so well, what do you think could be improved? Things like that. Anyone want to share?
For the first critique I wrote, I did not have a judging or a training critique. It was about 300 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I did get was response at the action convention from a number of people in the cast, because I don't know how appropriate that was. One person said, when I read your critique, I wanted to kill you, but I understood exactly where you were coming from. It was one of the best critiques I've ever read. On that same critique, I spent a page, and this is before templates were sent out.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a page talking about lighting. Now, anyone who knows me knows I would do that, but it had to do with one particular thing and how they could improve it. I had written that particular theater before, so how they could improve the process. The person who did the lighting came by and said, you know what, I completely disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
It just is how that happens. I think it's great that there are training critiques
Mm-hmm.
that are being written out, because then you have a way of making some sort of, as a long-range judgment committee, as a second VP, have a way of making or aiding the person writing the critique on what the long-range judgment committee is looking for in getting something done.
Absolutely, and especially since you happen to have had experience without the template, what do you think of the current template? Do you think that we're missing anything, any areas of improvement?
No, I have to be honest, I don't see many critiques anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that and from my understanding, it's a lot like language. It's a constant
Mm-hmm.
process of, okay, what do we need to make better in here that makes this work?
Absolutely.
So that works out really well.
Wonderful.
Quick question for the administration in here. On average, how many shows are people seeing before they're let loose on their own? 1, 2, 3?
It usually depends on how well the first one is written. I know the last, I think, folks we've had, their first attempt at a critique has been very good. We've had some people that have done maybe 2 or 3. But then the last ones that I've worked with have all gotten through. I mean, it's like, we'll get the one, it gets routed to the long-range judging committee. It usually gets routed between the other judges that judge that show as well. And the long-range judge committee it has the power to say, we'd like to see a little bit more with this, or they may say, this looks great.
How many judges do we have now?
The full-time 32 maybe, and I've got 5 in the hopper to try to bring in.
What did I happen?
We lost, we had 2 people this year that chose to step away. So hopefully we're gonna have about the same.
No one has any experience to share. How about the flip side? As an adjudicator, when you are a part of a show and not adjudicating it, what are you seeing? Trends from other responders, things that you are liking?
So, as a performer, as a director, as a producer, I think that there have been many occasions where we have been disappointed with the critiques that we've received, not because of what they had to say, more so of the lack of what they had to say. And I think the biggest thing is that we do have some seasoned adjudicators that we're letting submit adjudications that aren't quite to the caliber that I think that we should expect from ACT. So I guess my question is, when we get the feedback on the forms, I've seen the forms come back I've been on committees, I've seen forms come back that provide like where it says, this person clearly didn't address anything in this section, or they just wrote good job. I mean, I've literally received critiques that said good job in this section, 2 words. So I guess my question to the committee is, when you get those, what is the standard? And I kind of know when I was there what we were doing, but what is the standard for returning those back to the adjudicators, asking them to reconsider different areas and resubmit versus just, are we at the point where we're just sending out what we're getting, or are we taking the time to go back to the adjudicator still to say, hey, you wrote a sentence here, like what was your reasoning? Why? Is it really you just don't know enough about lighting design to make a comment here? Is there some training that we can get you? Not, hey, go make something up. You know what I mean? So if I'm getting these adjudications and I'm seeing them, I'm like, okay, so clearly this person maybe is never not a dancer, right? Because I'm reading choreography feedback and I'm going, oh, choreography looked good, good job. You don't know about choreography. It's obviously not a strong suit for you. So what can we do for the adjudications we do have to continue to target areas that they need improvement? Can we come up with a mentoring situation where you're like, okay, I don't know, Darren has done so much with design stuff, with set design. It is obvious to me that he knows his background in that. If I see an adjudicator that's saying, oh, the set looked nice, the actors were walking across safely, good job. It's clear to me that this person doesn't understand the concept of designing a set, or and they need to know a little bit more about these guiding questions. Is there some sort of a way to say, hey, look, your last critique came back with me like this. We would really love for you to spend some time maybe chatting with so-and-so who is a knowledgeable person in this area. It's just something that I see, like, what are we doing to specify that area? Like one area I'm not the strongest in, I would love to, and I reach out to my friends and I say, hey, Eric, tell me why this gobo was using this situation rather than using, this light. And he'll be like, well, probably because the whatever. And I'll be like, oh, okay. And that helped me to have these mentors in these topic areas. So maybe it might be something we could think of as an ACT organization. Here's somebody that is really strong at providing information about choreography. Here's somebody, orchestration is another section where I see people that are like, oh, the orchestra sounds great. Maybe somebody like Alan or Charlie could be like, Is that, and I'm assuming the education is where we're going with that.
Yeah.
My friend, would you like to?
Yeah, so coming soon to a website near you. I've been building what I'm calling the mentor match. And it's basically a Google form, and the way it's formatted is it's gonna be open to everybody in the area. And the idea is, hey, I'm a person who knows a lot about this, and this. And I would be interested in sharing my knowledge in any of the following ways. I could lead a class. I could be a one-on-one mentor, helping someone while they try to do it. I will take on minions to come help me while I do my work and learn while we do it. And that's where then the flip side is, hey, I'm a person who I would like to know more about this, and this, and here's how I would like to learn it. And so depending on how that all comes back, I already have a few theater groups that are interested in hosting classes. I know already some people who are interested in taking on mentees, things like that. And so it's basically, it'll be my role and a committee, if it ends up being a really good job, to take all that data in and say, oh, hey, Susie Q wants to learn more about choreography. Nobody's told us they want to do choreography. Let's start calling choreographers and say, hey, we've got a person who wants to learn. Would you take them on? And get
So is this, do you see this being more so for the groups? And not so the adjudicators?
Well, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I'm really kind of glad that I haven't launched this thing yet, because maybe I add in with the adjudicating, I would be interested in.
And do you think it's on the adjudicator to say that to themselves, that they need help with this area? Or do you think that this is something that's where the judging committee should be coming in when they're looking at these critiques and saying, wow, this person could really use some, maybe these forums, instead of being an open 3-topic session where it's just these 3 topics, maybe we have a rotating thing where people can go and
Porque no los dos.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's just because I'm just wondering, like, if a judge is really like, oh yeah, I need that section. I don't know anything about choreography. I'm gonna go talk to,
And there will probably be some people who there'll be obvious things, so I know I don't know really much about that, and so I won't do that. But I think we might decide it's appropriate for, and then hopefully I will then have, from responses, I will have a list of people who said, yes, I would love to talk to people about this. And then when those situations come up, get a match to a person.
And I think if this goes back to just making sure that we have a standard for I know it's hard. We've got 32. I hear you say 32 judges, and we don't want to lose anymore. I know that somebody come back to me and say, hey, listen, your critique was really, really rough. Can you, I would feel down, but like as a person who reads a lot of these all the time in many different aspects, you're hearing people say that about some of these judges, and then the same judges are getting, oh, we have so-and-so because, and they don't write about this section, and then it just becomes like, so I guess my question, and then I think it's a hard question to hear, guys, and I think it's a hard question for me to say, but we have judges that are not knowledgeable enough in certain areas, and they're not giving you a instruction.
But that's a good point, and it's like, we know who they are.
Yeah.
And so, but then the same thing as you say is, I will get that critique, I may look at it, and then as the board, here I have a judge that says 2 or 3 things, and then the nominations come in, and on a huge show, they've nominated 3 things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? Or here's a show with some really strong individual actors, if it's either a musical or a play, and there are 3 things, they're all technical elements. Or the flip of that, the thing I see mostly, I won't say mostly, but a lot of it is, wow, actor, producer. That's it. And it's like, you just told me a whole bunch of stuff in your critique that you thought was really good, or conversely, you said nothing, but then you did not nominate anything either. It's like you say the show was great. Well, lighting and sound and producer and director and stage manager, they all did some cool stuff here, but then you're not going to talk at all about it. You're not going to nominate any of it.
One trick I do for myself to try to make sure that my nominations match what I've written is while I'm writing, if as I'm writing, I realize that I'm saying a lot of positive things, I highlight that name, and then I do my nominations after that, and then take away all the highlightings, and then send it. But that's how I keep track to make sure that I remember to nominate all the things I want to nominate. But the thing I wanted to ask about, and I mentioned this in a conversation already, but as an adjudicator, I have not I did a mentor one, and I wrote it all up, and I gave it to the person who was mentoring me, and they said, yeah, that's good. That was the sum total of feedback I got about my first critique. And then after that, that is more feedback than I've gotten on any critique since. And that is very unnerving to me. And I put my trust, the people who have been running it, and the people who are friends of mine, and like I feel the trust that if something was bad, they would call me. But I worry a lot that I'm one of the people that when my name comes up, people roll their eyes at each other. Because I don't know. There's that too. But when you worry about that, like I don't want to be, it's going to be that critique. You know what that means? I don't know what that means.
We want feedback in general.
If my name being one of your critiquers means something, for the love of God, tell me what it is. And if it's, well, sorry, your thing sucks, and that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say it that way, but but if I don't mind people not liking me, but I would like them to not like me for something I purposely do.
Specifically, tell me why you don't like it.
Yeah, well, if you don't like me or if you don't like something I do, as long as it's something I chose to do, I can be okay with that.
Yeah. In the interest of respecting everybody's time, and I know that Rick has a couple of things to say, I think this has been great dialogue, and I think it's very helpful that we are acknowledging our areas that we can improve. But I think through the talents and the knowledge shared by our wonderful presenters today and people in our audience, that we were able to get a lot of food for thought to help even juice up some opportunities to improve, or like surveys to go out and things that we're doing to help continuing to grow together as a community.
Thank you. I need about 3 minutes. I want to answer one other question that comes up from time to time and show how what we do actually can have a positive impact, not just on the production company, but also for the patrons. Okay, Choose will make a comment about the theater space that the production company doesn't own. In other words, they rent it. I think we all know, like at Fairfield Footlighters, when they rent that, they get a set designer, they get lighting design, they get execution, they get set builders. Okay, but they're still a customer. This is Sorg Opera House out in Middletown, Ohio. If you've never been out there, it's a beautiful 130-year-old theater. Inside, it's gorgeous, and it's home to the our ACT member Inova Theater. So I went and saw, I'd never been there, see how they run at the Xenia Community, put on by the Xenia Area Community Theater. That was in April of 2021. This was the theater. That was the set. I went out and did my usual take a gazillion pictures. But wait, what is this? So I sat in my seat, and this was in front of me. This is a multi-use building. They use it for concerts, and I'm sure it's handy to have stairs down below with railings so that when the adoring fans want to run up on the stage while some rock concert's going on, they won't hurt themselves. But this was sitting there. And that's what it looked like from my seat. Okay? And this is not a Sharp Stadium style seating. This is some more classic, kind of gentle, the seats are coming up. So this doesn't just affect those of us that sit up front. So I went out and I adjudicated Scrooge the Musical for Inova in December of 2021, and from the second row, that was my view. I now went out and in my critique, I noted that, because there are people who go, hey, it's not their theater, we don't comment on that. So I went out and I saw Into the Woods, go back a couple, I saw Into the Woods for Inova in May of 2022. I adjudicated it. I was about 12 rows back now, and that is still obstructive. At least it's not covering any faces. I just put this up here milky white because that was just one of the most beautiful set things I've ever seen. Whoever built this thing was just absolutely phenomenal. I think I nominated Milky Creator on their own. Just beautiful. So then I went out and I was just as a patron, and I sponsored the show for Freaky Friday, July 2022. What is not there? Those rails. It seems that the Sword Theater is now removing those rails for all theatrical productions it hosts to improve the sight lines for the audience. Tickets are $25 a piece. So you get a couple of folks that go out, maybe take the kids, it's a $100 night for them, or $50 just for a couple. I've been told that this was a direct result of the comments made in the act critiques. It's one thing for the production company to say it, but they were able to walk in, being able to show SORG that an adjudicator representing the point of view of the audience and noting this as an unfavorable condition would reduce the number of paying patrons coming to the show if this were not corrected, cause SORG's management to take action. Remember, even though the production company doesn't directly control the theater space, they are a paying customer. So it seems we do make a difference. Last slide, question, comments. We're kind of past that time and we ran them all along, and I got one more slide. Thank you for your time and your attention. It's been truly an honor and a privilege speaking with you this afternoon. Take care of yourself and of others. Thank you for all that you do for ACT, for our community theater family. Good night.